Hello! Sorry, I was looking at something. Welcome to Normal American Show. Host Rob Noerrder. I'm here, baby. It's gonna be okay. We got a great show lined up for you today. And by that, I mean it's the weekend! Or technically, beginning of the week. I don't know. Isn't that weird? I always considered Sunday part of the weekend. What can you do? Anyways, we'll be going into Monday anyway, so hope you're all having a great time. A lot of you have work tomorrow. What are you thinking? Just quit and get food stamps like everyone else. What are you doing? You getting up and being productive? Pan in to all these other people that are sitting around? What are you doing? Come on. Become a ward of the state so that they can tell you what to do. Right? Now, come on now. Don't give in. We're strong. All of us have real jobs except me, who sits in front of a computer screen. I'm just messing. Look at that. One right after another. Kurt, Nate. I know they have real jobs. What's up, AJC? Look at that. 10 gifted memberships right out of the bat. What an absolute boss. Thank you. Yes, I'm here. Sunday night. Reliable Sunday night Rob. Of course, the weekend shows are extra. So it's going to require some extra donations. No, I'm just kidding. Oh, we got a bricklayer? Yeah, man. I mean, you guys are the best. There you go. Kurt works enough for both of us. Kurt, not only welding every day and doing a welding show, but moonlights as a chameleon samurai sword wielding fighter of crime. And wears a pretty damn dapper suit jacket while doing it, if I may say so. What's up, Nate? Says you're keeping the blue collar guys sane. I'm glad I could help. Social Blade stats from October 17th to now is hilarious. I've heard people use that term, Social Blade. Is that like a website that tracks social media users? Is that what it is? I'm doing good, Thomas. Thanks for asking, man. Hocus Pocus is on TV right now. You know, I was never a huge fan of the movie. I didn't dislike it, but of my generation, it was like really a cult classic. And I was always just like, meh. What's up with the Steelers and why do they pick the ugliest uniforms ever? Are they wearing those Bumblebee ones? I didn't watch any tonight. I knew I was going to be coming on at 10 o'clock, so I didn't even start watching because I knew it would happen. If I started watching, then I would end up finding an excuse not to stream. So I am aware that they were winning at halftime, but that's about it. Halloween Town, yeah. They did make a sequel to Hocus Pocus, I believe. I think I've seen both the original, and I think I saw the sequel like at a Halloween event I was on, and like in the background, but I didn't really watch it. Jordan Lofgren, $5 says, last thumbs up the stream wins a hearty. Thank you from me. You could resell it for a large negative profit if you want. Well, there you go. What's good? I don't know. Steelers uniforms suck today. What are they wearing? Let's see. I don't know what they're wearing tonight. I don't know. Oh, the Bumblebee with tan pants and yellow helmets. Yeah, those ones are awful. I don't know. At least we didn't change our name to the Commanders. What's my favorite horror movie? Oh boy. This is cheating. I wouldn't count this, but I'm just going to put it as an honorable mention. My favorite movie that scared the crap out of me as a kid was Jaws. Jaws is still a tremendous movie, but man, did that scare me. Like, sharks are still the scariest animal to me. And the reason is because I at least feel like I have a chance on land against like a land predator. Now I know I don't. Like if I saw a polar bear, I'm dead. My fat ass ain't doing nothing. I get that. Right? But at least I'm on land. So hypothetically, I'm on my, I'm on my home territory. Like, what do you do in the water? Like, if a shark decides it's gonna eat you, you're just sort of shit out of luck. But Jaws is a tremendous movie. My favorite horror movie. I really like the horror anthologies. I'm a big fan of my favorite little segment from a horror anthology is maybe from Fright Night 2, I think. And it's the one with, I'm going to spoil it for you now. It's the one with James Remar. So it's horror anthologies, if you don't know, are sort of, it's like Creep Show and I think that Trick or Treat movie is a horror anthology. But I think horror stories are very good because I have seen The Collector. The horror movies to me or the horror genre, it's more about like a feeling. So like in-depth character work sometimes not necessary. So you could do a good horror complete story in like 10-15 minutes. You could do it. So the horror anthologies were always interesting to me because, most of your horror movies anyways have very shallow characters. So it's like they oftentimes feel padded out with just gratuitous kills and stuff. Anyways, I think it was Fright Night Part 2. I could be wrong, but this is my favorite horror movie anthology segment, and that is with James Remar. And let's see if I could remember how it goes. He is like, I don't know if he's leaving a bar or whatever. He's a struggling artist. And anyways, he ends up in this back alley and he sees this gargoyle monster kill someone. And he runs, he panics, and the gargoyle monster, by the way, this is going to spoil this for you. Yeah, Tales from the Crypt, that's good too. He like runs from this monster and the monster corners him. And it's like, listen, if you promise to never tell anyone about me, then I'll let you go. And he's like, okay, I promise. And as he panics and he's like running away, he bumps into this lady. And she's like gorgeous. And one thing leads to another. And he ends up marrying this lady. And he makes all of these paintings and sculptures and shit like that's influenced by this creepy monster that he's like kill this person. And so it's like into the future, and he's married to this attractive woman he met that night and they have a kid and he's very much in love with her. And so he tells her one night, like, listen, basically, you remember that night I met you? I was running from this horrible monster and I watched it murder someone. And all of a sudden, both his wife and his kid turn into the gargoyle monsters. And it turns out the gargoyle monster was his wife. And she's like, I told you never to tell anyone. But what makes it amazing is just the littlest detail that the monster feels bad. She loved the guy. She did. And you can tell she feels bad, but she's like, this is what I got to do. Like a deal's a deal. And so she's got a little monster kid to the guy and she kills him. And that's the end of the little segment. But it's really creepy because what makes it creepy, it wouldn't be creepy if she's just like, I'm the monster and kills it. But it's that she feels terrible. Like she wishes she didn't have to do it. It's very good. Crispy treat. You're a new father? I mean, I assume that's not you and your avatar there, but congratulations, man. Late Night with the Devil's good. The Collector, I'm more of a fan of like, I'm more of a fan of not the gore necessarily. So like The Collector was a little gory for me. But what I liked about The Collector, if you're into gore, Collector is very good, part 1 and part 2. It's amongst the most gory horror movies I've ever seen. But what makes The Collector really good is the protagonist, where he's in both movies. Spoiler alert, he lives in the first one. But I don't know, he's just interesting. He's like a robber. It's good stuff though. What's up, Perry? Need to watch Z is for Zygote. It's part of an A through Z's horror anthology. Oh. How's my wallet looking since joining the Crucible? Lighter this month. Not because of my job, but because oh, you're not a new father. Okay. My dog cost me $6,000, and we have another vet appointment Tuesday, but she's doing much better. She got into some garbage and had to have emergency surgery. What's my favorite campy horror film? What's the one with my buddy sent me this like 2 years ago. I watched. He's like, watch this movie. Shut up. Don't look it up. It's something Camp something. Here, I'll look up the title real quick. Sleepaway Camp. Check that one out if you haven't watched it. If you know about the movie, don't say anything to anyone. Yeah, the Creep Show they redid wasn't bad. I couldn't handle the Faces of Death stuff. No. AJC, $50. Thanks so much. Says, missed out on yesterday's stream. Hit the like, subscribe if you haven't. If you want to do a whip wheel for this later, all good. I will. We'll mess around later tonight. Thanks, AJC. Always a fan. Fan I am, $5 says, one of my favorite films is Predestination with Ethan Hawke. You must check it out. I don't think I've seen that one. I do like Ethan Hawke, though. Best B monster movie. I always enjoyed Arachnophobia growing up. I don't know if you guys have seen it. Arachnophobia is, yeah, Grid, I'll try tomorrow. I will. I got 3 calls lined up already, in addition to an interview at 3 o'clock, and I'm doing my regular show at noon, plus then the extravaganza. So I will try my best, Grid. But I got a lot of stuff going on with Pennsylvania politics here. So there's a lot of people that I'm supposed to talk to tomorrow. Maximum Overdrive was good. They're doing a new Toxic Avenger. I have seen Late Night with the Devil. I like the actor in that one. Thank you for the $5. It's very good. I'm a big fan of Gremlins 2. It's one of my favorites. It's campy. Arachnophobia, it's a song, or it's a movie with a song that describes the movie. Of course, the entire Tremors library is fantastic. Big fan of that. Did I see Jim Bob versus the Pakistani Harpy? Oof, for $2. I saw just the teeniest little bit of it. I don't know that Fast Times at Ridgemont High. Does that qualify as a horror movie? I don't know. Snakes on a Plane. It's been a while. I remember when Snakes on a Plane came out, and they had this viral marketing campaign where Samuel L. Jackson would call you. And what it would be was you'd go to a website and you could type your friend's phone number in and then type a little about your friend. So it would be like this. Your phone would ring like from some number and you'd answer and it'd be like, hey, what's up, Rob? This your boy, Samuel L. Jackson. I'm calling you to go see Snakes on a Plane this Friday. It was funny. That was good stuff. Yeah, Del Toro's Frankenstein might be all right. I have a friend who's like Frankenstein's one of his favorite horror books, and they were doing this. I have another friend who's a teacher, and so he was doing this. Not really a tier list, but he was in his class was setting famous monster movie villains up against each other. And one of them was Werewolf versus Frankenstein. And so, as he would do this in his class, like every day in the month of October, he would text our friend group this. What do you guys think? Who would win? Who would win in like a fight to the death? Werewolf or Frankenstein? I think that was the two. I had an answer, and my friend very much disagreed with me. I personally thought the werewolf would win because it's like faster and it's got like sharp claws and stuff. Frankenstein, of all the like the horror movie, like classic monsters, Tuesday Earlier might work well. Grid, yeah. But like Frankenstein seems like well, I guess the Mummy. They're super slow, right? But has anyone read the book, like Mary Shelley's Frankenstein? Because apparently, Frankenstein in the book is like a beast. Like he's not slow. He's like super fast and smart. Like he tells me at one point, like he runs down, like he's faster than someone like on a dog sled. I will, Grid. But I don't know. I've never read the book. He swears by it though. But he says if you Young Frankenstein I loved. He says if you read the book, like the character, the Frankenstein's monster in the book is very much like a beast and would just tear through your average werewolf. Yeah, it's not this like dumb, slow plotting. Yeah, see, Byron says in the original novel, the creature was infused with the power and speed by lightning that empowered him. There you go. I prefer Gremlins 2. Both good, but I prefer Gremlins 2. I enjoy the humor in it more. Remember the 90s show Amazing Stories, says Fan I Am for $2. I do not. No. AJC says 13 Ghosts. One of my favorites too. Totally forgot about it. Tony Shalhoub. That guy whose name I could never remember that played Shaggy in the like 2000 Scooby-Doo. He's very good in that movie. All the Devil's Rejects movies. A little more on the gore side than what I normally like. They were creepy though. Particularly the first one. Like when they get into like the basement where the doctor's experimenting on people. That was just pretty creepy. Tremors, all the Tremors are great. Silent Hill, obviously I preferred the games, but yeah, the Silent Hill movies, both of them they're a letdown story-wise from the game, but there was something about the environment that's creepy that was good. Hills Have Eyes, first one, real campy. Same with Crazies. Crazy's probably better than Hills Have Eyes, in my opinion. Goosebumps. I remember bringing Goosebumps. Goosebumps was a big thing in my high school or my elementary school. And I remember like when you got to go to the library, like I don't know if other people's elementary school was like this, but you had each day of the week you had a different class. So you had music class one day, and you had library one day, and you had gym class one day, and you had, if you were in bands, you had band. I forget the other stuff that you had. So when you got to go to the library once a week, there was like people fighting over the Goosebump books. They're very popular. And I mean, kudos to R.L. Stine, like making a bunch of 4th and 5th graders like so interested in reading that there were actual like arguments and people pushing and shoving to get these books. Tales from the Crypt, yes, very good. The Hood of Horrors with Snoop Dogg. I remember that one too, yeah. Our good friend Naughty Germ, $5. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Best Halloween movie with the best Michael Myers. Probably the original. I mean, two's good as well. I wasn't a big Rob Zombie fan of that one. But the original Halloween's very good. Now, I never saw the original Halloween until years later. So I had seen many of the Friday the 13th movies first. So in the backwards way, Michael Myers was derivative of Jason to me, when in reality it's the opposite. Have I ever watched Horror Express? No. No. Thanks. Glad you like the shirt. My son now's got like the Scholastic Book Club stuff. No, I've never read 50 Shades of Grey. I got 50 Shades of Grey removed from the prominent display in my Kmart once for a joke. True story. I am a censorious jerk. This really happened. I got in this argument with my wife that I was arguing that romance novels, and in particular really smutty books like 50 Shades of Grey, are worse than porn. My argument is watching movies and television is a passive act, whereas reading is active. Right? So, like, when I watch a movie, I'm sort of, you can have it on in the background or whatever. But when you read, your imagination fills in all the little details. That's what reading's about. So, if you're watching pornography, I'm not recommending you watch pornography, but that seems less offensive than reading pornography. And my wife's like, whatever. And I was on this kick for like 3 days. I was just like, these 50 Shades of Grey books, blah, blah, blah. Nah, I'm not following the World Series and all. Warhammer, I barely know anything about. So anyways, we go to my town's local mall, and there's a Kmart there. And we were going through the book section. For whatever reason, we were looking for a book for like a kid. I don't know if it was someone we knew's birthday. So I think we were going to buy like one of the Harry Potter books or something. So we're looking through the book section. And like on the end of the aisle, featured in a prominent space, was like 2 of the 50 Shades of Grey books. And then it literally beside them was Harry Potter, which is legitimately bad. Like, it's bad enough that you're selling smut, but then you're prominently displaying it and next to a children's book. But nonetheless, I wasn't the type of person to make a stink. I just rolled my eyes, was like, geez. So to prove a point to my wife, I sent an email to the local Kmart, and I pretended that I was a pastor, and I was like, I just want to let you know, I saw these books prominently displayed near children's books, and my congregation will be showing up at this mall. We're gonna make our voice heard. And 3 days later, totally forgot about this email or whatever. I was just doing it to piss my wife off. That was the whole thing. She's like, what are you doing? So like 3 days later, I show up to that Kmart with my wife, and the books are all removed. All the 50 Shades books are gone. You couldn't even find them in the store. They never emailed me back or anything. They must have just been like, well, shit, take those off the shelf. So there, I did my little part to ruin the world of smut. How about that? That was before I was even seriously religious. Stepping up to the plate just to be a nuisance. It wasn't even about a principled stance at that point. It was just to be a nuisance. Yeah, thanks. You've seen me with my buddy Jake. I'm sure Jake has good things to say about me. Jake, what do you think? How's it feel when I'm your co-host? No. Well, geez. That's a shame. That's a shame, Jake. Yes, I know the Kmart manager. I even made up a name. I wish I could remember it. I'll go through my old email. Well, I don't know. Maybe it wasn't an email. Maybe it was like the customer. Yeah, I don't know. I did hear about this book called Milking Farm. I guess it's more like smut, but it has to do with like a fantasy world where there's like minotaurs and this woman's basically a hooker for minotaurs. I heard of this. All right. Well, we're going to do like an AMA type show because I don't really ever have anything planned for Sundays. So anything politically, culturally, personal that you have to ask me, could be serious or not, that's fine. Of course, you have a better chance of getting your question answered if it's a super chat. Not because I'm a jerk, though that's part of it. I got to try to grift money somehow. But also because sometimes if there's enough people chatting, I can't see every chat. I miss some. So most of the super chats, it's easy to see. Correction, says Fan I Am. Thanks for the $5. Says Amazing Stories is from 85. 2 seasons, Steven Spielberg, short story similar to Twilight Zone. I'll have to check it out. I bet I would love it. I love the anthologies. Mr. Blackstar gifts 1 sub. Thank you. There used to be one I used to watch. It was called Masters of Horror. It used to be on Showtime. And it was just famous horror directors that would just do like little 30 minutes to 50-minute movies. So what were the questions? We had a questions about suffrage. Do I believe in universal suffrage? Do you think voting should be more limited? It's a difficult question. More limited for sure. How much more limited is the question? Oh, look at that. DD. I was kidding. I didn't even see it. Thank you for the $10. So here's the deal. Oftentimes I think that there are answers to questions that are difficult to come to a specific answer. Let me give you an example. Let's say that the speed limit across the street or on the main street to my son's school was 80 miles an hour. I know that speed limit needs to be lowered, but I can't tell you exactly what the limit should be. Someone could probably make a compelling argument to 15 miles an hour and someone else could make a compelling to 25. I don't know, but I know the direction we need to head to. That's how I feel about voting. I think that there is too easy access for people of almost no effort to vote, and that should be limited. I think there are compelling arguments to be had that voting should be far more earned. Some arguments that I could potentially be convinced of. Only people that are net paying into taxes should vote. Voting age should be raised to 25 years old. Voting only for, or extra voting for, people that have children. Having to pass some sort of civics test in order to vote. Possibly only men voting. Though that one's a harder sale for me. But to me, I think that because we need to head in that direction, the easiest thing that we should be able to agree on that is actually achievable is that we need to limit voting to people voting in person on election day with identification, barring crippling illnesses that you know about beforehand and military service, keeping you out of the way. To me, that solves the majority of the because the big problem we have are people putting almost no effort into their vote. That's the big problem. And I think the majority of that's solved with people voting in person election day with an ID. It creates an effort a barrier to entry for having to put forth a minimal effort. It is a bulwark against ensuring that people aren't illegally voting. Of course, American citizens only. Yes, ID would be part of that. I've heard that ID requirement is racist. I don't care. I'm not convinced, to say the least. So that's sort of my short answer to that question. But I'm open to hearing conversations. Each of those that I'd said before, like landowners only voting, I don't know. I see problems with that. Only parents voting, I see problem with that. Women not voting, I see problems with that. Having to pass some sort of test, I see problems with that. For example, the test thing, you know damn well what's going to happen. That's going to be who's going to decide on the test. What's going to be decided by people in the halls of academia. That's going to be designed to keep out the people that I know that maybe didn't make it past 9th grade, but they're some of the wisest and hardest working Americans I know that are blue collar workers. So, Hellstorm, thank you so much for the $10. Says recently found you through Andrew. Glad I did. Thank you for stomping on Connor. You remind me of my in real life best friend who has great ideas, but he can't articulate it. Hope he's watching. God bless. Thank you. Hopefully, I don't remind you that I can't articulate. No, I appreciate it. It's my pleasure. Thank you for the kind words. Fan I am $5 says Japan's new female leaders anti-immigrant actions versus Trump's anti-immigrant actions. If he was a female, he wouldn't be criticized as much. Your predictions. I don't know much about her. I've seen the bare minimal about the woman who won there in Japan. The rest of the world's immigration policies, to the effect of being hardline, are actually going to be second order to the United States. Here's what I mean. What happens if a populist gets elected in a first world or second world country that's not the United States? Well, you see, the United States and a lot of other countries, deep states, go into action. And they start color revolutions, and they start financing opposition, and etc. For example, what were some of the elections that were canceled recently? I forget now. But remember there was an election in like Bulgaria or something that was canceled because, Russia must interfere, cancel the election. We can see that there have been right-wing populist candidates that have been arrested throughout Europe. We see that the National Endowment of Democracy, put forth by your US dollars that go through USAID, recommended Poland arrest their populist right-wing candidates. So if Trump loses and the MAGA movement loses and the establishment takes over again in the United States, Japan will fail. Because they will be sabotaged through big money throughout the West to ensure that free movements of people in order to demolish domestic populations continues apace. That's where the big money is. But we'll see. Taylor, TC, $5 says, you shouldn't be able to vote in a place unless you've lived in the district. Your vote affects for 2 years with strict residency auditing. That's probably reasonable. Should you be allowed to vote in the place you moved from? Probably not, right? So anyone who moves out of district isn't allowed to vote for 2 years? Or just isn't allowed to vote for the local elections? Like, what you're saying makes sense, like, for school board. Okay, what about state officials? If I move 2 towns over, should I still be allowed to vote in my state in federal elections? What if I move 1 district over? Should I be allowed to vote for state elections? I don't know. DD, thanks again, $10 says, what do you think about restricting federal office like judges and Congress to national-born citizenship? DC federal courts are mostly foreign-born citizens. Absolutely should be limited to natural-born citizenship. Totally agree. Landon, $10 says, secular true constitutional republic versus Christian nationalism. And does race homogeneity generally make a difference with either? Yes, with both. Less so with Christian nationalism. having like-minded individuals is important and makes you have a much better chance to have a high trust society. Race isn't a limiting factor to having like-minded people, but it's something that generally would make it more likely. I'll answer. No, I don't support terrorist sympathizers. I hope for the people of New York he does make it better. I don't think he will. Would you throw him under the bus if he makes it worse, like Venezuela? Or will this socialism be different? This is the time it'll work. New York's about to get exactly what they asked for. Good luck to them. As to the question of a secular, true constitutional republic, versus Christian nationalism. I sort of think it's a false dichotomy. I don't think that it's possible to have a true constitutional republic as the founding fathers sought through secularism. I don't think it's possible. Or rather, it would have to be secular and made up of Christians. But if we're talking about the values of the people, I would take Christian nationalism over any secular way of government. How about a Christian dictatorship ran by Andrew, Jake, and Rob? I don't want to run any dictatorship. I have enough trouble running my own life. I don't want to be in charge of other people. No, thank you. I think that a Christian nationalist country, defining Christian nationalism as promoting the values of the religion of Christianity, if I define Christian nationalism in that way, I think that you could run that government in a way that falls in line with our Constitution. I could just manage sports government section. Okay. So, to answer the question about Mamdani seriously, I am cheering for the United States and the people of the United States, and I hope that I'm wrong about Mamdani. He seems like a very bad person. He seems like a person that's now putting his Muslim ideology first and foremost. As Islam increases its foothold in the United States, will quickly get to a point of no return. That point is probably close to being upon us. Once that happens, my children's children will live in a hellhole. God forbid I have any great-granddaughters, especially. So I heavily recommend against promoting Islam in politics. You could be a person that is a Muslim, but be sort of a secularist Muslim and not allow your religion to influence your decisions that much. It seems that Mamdani's quickly going away from that. He's already talking about his identity, how his grandmother couldn't ride the subway after 9/11 because she was Muslim. We see speeches from his dad, who fled countries that were like murdering people like him to come to the West, that treated him with respect, allowed him to become powerful, allowed his son to become so powerful he may become the most powerful mayor in the world, and yet he still hated America and hated Christians and hated the West. I'm tired of pretending that that isn't a theme when it comes to people involved with political Islam. That's the problems that I have with his Islam. The problems I have with socialism are too numerous to count. First, there is the idea that in a moral sense, stealing that much money from other people for things that you call a necessity is not something that is moral. It would only be moral if you willfully give of your own volition. Forcing other people to give is a nonsensical proposition. Secondly, those sorts of systems, to the limited extent that they have worked, have been in societies that have been sort of morally, culturally, and racially had that. What's the word I'm looking for? Homogeneity, right? That's not what New York is, and it will fail, right? It's going to be a disaster. It's a shame to see that the Democrats are going more and more to radical socialism. But that's where the energy is in the Democratic Party now. So I think it'll be a disaster. If it turns out that it works there, I'll still say that it was probably an aberration that it worked there, but I will reevaluate and see what worked about it. I think that it'll be an abject disaster. It has been almost every time that it's been tried. The only places it's worked have been in the Scandinavian countries that got rich through free markets and capitalism, and they were still heavily free market. But we shall see. If it ends up great for the people of New York, I'll say, oh, great, I was wrong. But I'll guarantee the people that support him, the socialists, if it ends up a disaster, they're not going to say, we were wrong. They'll say, it's those damn capitalists' fault. It's Trump's fault. Just like they do every time that the socialism experiment fails. Fan I Am, $5 says, can we do away with state laws' sovereignty? Just have the states administering, overseeing federal policies locally. Would that be more unified? No, it's a bad idea. I'm actually still in favor of federalism. I think that the federal government should be limited, that your local government and your state government should have more say than your federal government. I think there are key things that we should ask the federal government to oversee. Immigration is one of them. Currency is one of them. The military is one of them. I do not want to see every state have their own currency, but nor the fact that I want the federal government to control immigration policy or monetary policy mean that I think they should control every single law down to the T for every single state and district. I think that's nonsensical. So no, I would not want to see the federal government overstep its bounds and become even more powerful. I don't want to see that at all. Lower class, thank you so much. $10 for the grift. Thank you, my friend. Always a pleasure to hear from you. Lappy for $10 says, what about a voter test that's mandatory to be the same as our citizenship test? Probably not. You know how many welders I know that would be able to pass that test? Probably not a lot. Why shouldn't they have a say in voting? The problem is any test that you put will be quickly corrupted and designed by the people in academia that are overwhelmingly left-wing to ensure that people like you not be able to vote. That's what would happen. Hypothetically, if I knew that a test could be designed by good people to ensure that the bare minimum about our process be known in order to vote, would I be okay with that? Probably, but it won't be. As soon as we say, yep, something like that, it will quickly be taken over and designed by people that will make sure that blue-collar people the country over not be allowed to vote. Taylor, thanks so much for $5, says, stay in the state you could vote in state-level races. Leave the state, no. Same for town-level races. New Hampshire has a problem with college votes in Dartmouth. Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad idea. It's really not. I'd have to think about it. There's problems, obviously. Like, for example, Andrew Wilson's moving to Texas. He shouldn't be allowed to vote. If he makes a ton of money and puts a shitload of money back into the Texas government because he's paying huge amounts of taxes, he shouldn't have a voice? I don't know. But I also see the problem with people that move and then bring their shitty ideology with them. They don't really have a connection to the state to know the issues that the average people of the state are dealing with. DD, $10 says, what do you know about climate change and how do you feel about anthropomorphic climate change narrative? Are leftists saying climate change is the biggest threat and still totalitarianism? To answer your second question, yes, that's exactly what's going on. What do I know about climate change? There is a consensus. The climate is changing. That's true. How much do humans have to do with it? There's no consensus. How bad will climate change be? There's no consensus. What needs to be done to fight climate change, if anything? There's no consensus. It is a racket. It is used just like the pandemic was used as a racket to ensure that powerful people be able to grift off this and take money from hardworking people. Every single climate change policy that is suggested will benefit the wealthy and harm the poor and working class. Every single one. Anytime you're talking about shifting away from cheap fossil fuels or placing regulations, etc., that will raise the price of gasoline, that is a tax on poor and working class people. That's the goal. That's what's happening here. It's designed to be this boogeyman that's allowed to be applied pressure anytime that there need to be government control. Want to control the movements of people? Climate change. You're not allowed to travel as much. Want to raise more tax revenue and harm the poor and working class? Climate change. There, we could tax you more, etc., etc. So, I've debated climate change many, many times. Like even the worst projections that people talk about, well, not the worst, but most of the projections from like the IPC or not the IPCW, what is it, the IPCC or whatever, they talk about having to use something like $5 trillion a year within 100 years to fight climate change. I call bullshit. Most of the models are not only inaccurate, as we could see within our lifetimes, that they'll make bold predictions that never come true, but they don't factor in human innovation. So, for example, when I was in debate, one of the topics was the Kyoto Protocol, which said that the United States, this was like 2004, the United States should sign on to, it was the Paris Climate Accord of the day, the Kyoto Protocol. And the way that people were running it in the debate community was the United States should sign on to this protocol and reduce their emissions 20% by the year 2020. And if we didn't, they said, we're all fucked. We'd be dead by like the year 2030. Well, the United States never signed on to the Kyoto Protocol. And guess what? We still reduced our emissions 20% by 2020. Why? Because of innovation. Clean coal technology. Innovation in other energy efficient mechanisms. All of this without the government going in and radically shaking up through things like through a Green New Deal. The Green New Deal itself, if you read for the original legislation that was pushed forth, the AOC and them had signed on, it said things like retrofit every building in the United States for access to green energy. So, how much do you think that would cost per building? 100,000? Let's say 20,000 bucks. In my little town, there's probably 200 buildings. So what's that? I'm very bad at math, but 20,000 bucks times 200. Well, times 100 would be what? 2 million? So $4 million just for my town to retrofit. How many buildings do you think there are in the United States? Every garage, every shed with electricity. You start to see the problem. This was going to cost trillions upon trillions upon trillions of dollars. And for what? The people that told us that the polar ice caps would be melted by 2020? Al Gore? And where are we? The people that told us that the Great Barrier Reef would be barren by now? And where are we? Some of the greatest years ever for it? Yeah, it's bullshit. J.W. Thorpe, thanks so much. $10 says, did you hear that Trump ended his 9th war? Per GameStop, the 20-year console wars are over. It was posted over on X. I remember, man. I feel like younger people don't know. We warned them. I lived through the days of Super Nintendo versus Genesis. I saw the bodies piled up. But no. They jumped right in to PlayStation versus Xbox. Have we truly learned, now that we've had 2 great console wars, that enough's enough? Will this be the war to end all wars? I don't know. I just don't know. Esela Wushner, $10 says, I'm running for lieutenant governor of Texas against Zionism in Israel. Website's on my bio. Okay. Well, good luck to you. I think that Israel does have too much influence in our country. But if that's all you're running against, I don't know. I'd have to hear the rest of your positions, I guess. Spiro, $5. Thanks so much. Says, if climate change were real, the leftists actually cared about it, you'd see them storm the headquarters of OpenAI. Yeah, absolutely. You would have seen them being pro-nuclear power for decades, but they weren't. You really want see, one of the things you learn as a debater is how to turn someone's argument against them. You really want to freak out the climate change people? Let them know that most of the facilities that they're talking about putting in disproportionately negatively affect people of color. For example, did you know that there's a lot of pollution put in the air by glass manufacturing plants? And would it surprise you to know that the majority of glass manufacturing plants, at least circa 2004, were placed in African American neighborhoods? Watch them stumble all over themselves to explain that one away. But in fact, I'll show you exactly how this looks. Let's see if I can find this on X. I saw this years ago and I was like, It's a clip. All right, it's not showing up here. See if I can find it. Not going to be able to find it, am I? There is an excellent clip of Newt Gingrich getting heckled as he's speaking at this university. And I'm not going to be able to find it. Goodness gracious. So frustrating. Well, you know where I could turn? My good friend Grok AI. Spiro's in here. Oh, come on, AI. Just to shame our good friend Spiro. Wow. I think it worked. Let's see if this is it. We'll speed it up a little. I think this is it. This was at Amherst College. In general, this is what it's like arguing with lefties.
As you said in your speech, you've been a proponent of shale gas hydrofracking. How can you support this when the Environmental Protection Agency has proven fracking has poisoned hundreds of ground wells? Or taking into account that our continual dependence on natural gas only exacerbates the climate crisis? Because the methane leaks makes it worse than coal. In September, you spoke at a natural gas industry conference in a convention center, showing your ties to the fossil fuel industry and your priorities with the corporations rather than with the American people.
One more time. What?
Please let us finish.
No, go for it.
You called shale gas developers the pioneers of the future. But the truth is, they're not the future. We are.
Now, they ask a question, which is fine, but then it's like, now there's this indignity of, we're the future. Just ask the question, leave him respond. Then respond to his response if you can, and if they shut you down, then you say, yeah, I had more to say, but they shut me down. But to be like, ask the question, and then further pontificate. You say that you're the future, but we're the future. Like, you just sound petulant. Let him respond, and then grandstand if necessary. But here we go.
We're here to represent the students and the youth who refuse to live in a world that promotes injustice, environmental degradation,
I just want to know
and
something.
corporate control.
Okay, can you tell me something?
Please let us finish. Thank you.
Go ahead.
I stand with the frontline communities and all of the individuals who have had their land destroyed and their water contaminated by destructive industries. And I'm here to say that I don't think that you stand for what's best for our planet or for the American people.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Now, was that worth it? Was that extra? I don't know. I think that was a second girl. Why not just the first girl's questions, at least? Those are questions, you know. The second, I stand, but blah, blah, blah. It's like, it sort of belittles the first. I think it was a different girl that asked the first question. If not, it belittles the first part of the question to make it all personal like this. But okay, here we go.
Since you're the future, by your own definition, what's your energy solution?
Is locally owned renewable energy for the people.
Locally owned renewable energy. Okay? What does that mean?
By the people, not for corporate profits.
What kind of energy?
Localized wind and solar.
So wind, which kills more birds than any other energy
That is
system.
inaccurate.
It is. Would you like to guess how many birds are killed by wind? Enough that the current administration is actually exempting them from federal laws, which would put them in jail for the number of birds they're killing.
I'm sorry, but I think you should agree that the American people are a little bit more important than birds.
The American people are more important than birds?
Do you understand the humor of this? Do you understand this? The American people are more important than birds. Yes! Yes, you're right. You are absolutely right. Do you see the stupidity of that response? Sure, you're right. We should have energy policy that's designed to be cheap and affordable for the American people. Fuck them birds. Agreed. But you're bitching about that. You're bitching about the status quo because of the birds. That's your argument. They don't give a shit about, oh, we have to keep nature clean and this, that. They don't care about that at all. As soon as it comes like, but wait a minute, the thing you're proposing actually hurts nature. So, who gives a fuck? Right. Much like Orwell said, it's not about actually caring about the problems they claim to care about. It's about power. That's what it's about. They don't like the people in positions of power, and they want the power. And if their power means that the very things they're claiming to give a shit about are made worse off, all the better. They don't give a shit. They never cared about those things in the first place. Kids in cages bad under Trump. Biden says it's a human rights abuse. Biden gets into office, 2 times more kids in cages. None of these people that cared about kids in cages gives 2 fucks. They do not care. Yeah, see, my wife nails it. She bought Ducks Unlimited stamps. We're doing our part. So let's see how Newt deals with this.
Okay.
I will say that the tailings ponds.
I like that. I can't wait to report to the Sierra Club that I've been at Amherst and had somebody explain to me that people are more important than birds. This is a revolutionary moment. Okay,
Do you see how, like, they're not getting their little virtue signal that they hoped for, are they? Uh-oh. Whoopsie daisy.
All right,
So
let me
like to
just
say that the tailings
answer
ponds
your
that are
charge.
created as a result of tar sand extraction kill birds as well.
But let me just
I don't see you opposing that.
I think what you said about fracking and groundwater is technically not true, period. People have a huge mistake about old casings that are 50, 70, 80 years old. Fracking occurs at 8,000 feet and below. It is not, you have all sorts, there's a nice geology part of the museum over here. You have all sorts of rock formations between what's happening down there and what's up here, and I just think it's not true. And I think that if you check, you'll find state by state, the public health people do not believe what you said is true, period. Next person.
Thank you so much, Grok AI. Notice that it was able to find that video before our friend Spiro. Just saying. Just saying. Maybe if Spiro spent more time searching for the videos I need instead of complaining about AI, he'd be able to beat AI to the punch. Just saying. We're getting the t-shirt. I'm going to talk this week coming. You would not believe the schedule I have coming up here. It's particularly behind the scenes shit. Landon Manwaring for $10 says, what is the airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow? Are we are we quoting some Holy Grail here? Is that what we're doing? Monty Python, the Holy Grail? I can't remember the answer. But I think that's what that's from. Thank you, Landon. Appreciate it. Elstorm, $20. Thank you. Says last one for the night. Thank you for embarrassing Connor. That said, how do we reconcile the original intent of the founding fathers with the First Amendment versus the left's willingness to weaponize free speech versus stochastic terror? I don't think that the government should have a right to arrest people for, quote, stochastic terrorism. If someone wants to say that Trump's a fascist and that I'm a fascist and this, that, and the other, they have the right to do so. We have the right to point out how dangerous that could be and how people are unethical if they're deciding to do that without letting their audience know that violence isn't a proper solution to that. But they certainly legally should have the right to do that. They should not legally have the right to call for violence against me or others. So I think that the founding fathers' intent was that that's the exact type of speech that they thought should be protected. And I agree with them. I would not want to see anyone censored by government force because they said things that I qualify as, quote, stochastic terrorism. Nor do I really like the word stochastic terrorism. So the argument is, we as the people have the right to say fuck people like that are using that language because we think that it's a dog whistle to use violence. But that doesn't mean that it shouldn't be protected speech. So that's how I would deal with it. Johnny says, do you only reply to chat if they pay? What do you think? Not necessarily. It's just easier to see those ones. So, for example, I probably had 200 posts come in since I started answering Spiro's super chat. So the chance of me seeing them are next to nothing. But what I can see, here, I'll show you what I see. Here's what I see. To the shaky cam. Ah! So you see, there's the chat. So Spiro's post was there. Now, what are the chances of me seeing this post? Pretty much nothing. However, all of the super chats get saved. So it's easy for me to go through the list and see them all. So I'm not trying to be a jerk and intentionally not answer posts that aren't super chats, but you can see it's very difficult for me to keep up with all of them. I hope that answers the question in a serious way. But that's usually what's going on. I did pick you. But otherwise it'd be like this. How do you keep up? I tried to do so very fastly. Rubs big time now. Now you got to pay. Yes, I agree. You got to pay. Just say whatever. Right? Like, yeah, it's not going to work that way. Curious if you had any thoughts about Karlyn Borysenko. Yeah, there's a good question. By the way, keep getting super chats in. We're trying to raise money. Actually, I do have something to talk about. I'll answer the Karlyn Borysenko. But I do it, most of the time I say, send money in because I'm greedy. That hasn't changed. I'm still greedy. But I actually do have a reason for you to send money. I will be going to DebateCon the third week of November. I know some people have reached out to me. My wife will be with me and asked, will we be available to go out to dinner and other sorts of things? Yes, we will. We do plan on hanging around. In fact, we're going to get there early and we're going to stay late. So I will actually be staying in Nashville 2 or 3 days after the event. My wife's parents are going down with us and we're going to bring our son and we're going to be going to like zoos and they got some like children's museum type things. So we're going to be doing those sorts of things. Be like a little mini vacation for me afterwards. So the money that I will have to hang out down there will largely be money that I earn here. So there you go. Now, no chair stream while I'm gone. So there you go. So that's a reason. So send in as much money as possible. That would be great. Whoopee! Karlyn Borysenko. There are a handful of people that I really, really trust in the online community. Some of those would be Andrew, Jake Rattlesnake's another one of those. My editor, Black Elk's another one of those. Spiro's one of those guys. EOD, Are We Not Men? These are people that I have built up enough of a rapport with that I trust them. There are other people that I'm maybe don't know as well, but that I really take their word as very important, right? Abe, I don't know, Abe, that I'd put you at the level of those people yet, but certainly you're someone whose word I would take seriously. So with Karlyn Borysenko, if you don't know, she's someone who seems to have like embedded herself in times with Antifa and apparently has good information that comes out as a result of that. So people were telling me you should reach out to this person because they're very good. Then I had a bunch of people in chat saying she's a bit crazy. She's a little bit crazy. One of the people I mentioned that I really trust, and I'll, for the sake of what I'm about to say, I'll give you this. It was not Jake Rattlesnake. Reached out to me and was like, just want to let you know, if you bring her on the channel and you say anything remotely questioning her, critical of hers, be prepared for a fucking war. She ain't going to drop it. She's going to come at you knives fucking out. She's crazy. Just saying. It'll be borderline online stalking. Then I had a bunch of people, it was not Jake. Then I had a bunch of people basically say, that's bad. That's bad that you won't talk to her. She's really good. I had someone call in and tell me this. She's great. That's ridiculous. You should talk to her and make up your own mind. Okay? Then I saw this interaction from this weekend. Yeah, wait. There's the wrong thing. This is someone I consider a good friend, Jake Rattlesnake. Here's what Karlyn Borysenko had to say about him. Yep, this asshole lifted that clip from my content without crediting me. I'm the only one with that footage. We see you, Jake Rattlesnake. Here's the clip in question. You might be like, yeah, that's shitty. If Jake fucking clipped like a 6-minute video of hers or something and didn't credit her, that's shitty. Here's the clip in question.
This guy is who's putting it together. Check this out.
As a younger person, I would organize largely through what at the time was known as Anti-Racist Action, ARA, which is basically very akin to what people understand today as Antifa. But, you know, we would track far-right activity in the...
Sounds like this guy.
There you go. 12-second clip. She says Jake's an asshole. No, Jake actually handled this with class. He's like, you need to relax. I just saw the clip on X and I had no idea it was you, as you could see. I didn't lift it from your content. I've also credited you by name in the past and highlighted your work. But in this case, I thought this was from some random leftist meeting, and I didn't know it was an investigative piece. Plus, we have DM'd in the past, so I don't know why. Why not just message me and let me know instead of insulting me and posting a drama slop? I'm more than happy to fix the error and credit you in the bio of the video. Disappointing. She says, and your audience are exactly the type of low IQ retards that I would expect based on the replies. Sounds pretty classy. She responds, okay, bro, ask him where I came from. And never tell me to relax when the only reason you have this content's because of my work. That's the only reason this exists. I don't know what to do and steal from what... I don't do what you do and steal from what's viral. I actually find the original sources when people like you have no idea. So I responded to Ms. Karlyn and I said, hey, just curious, who's the guy in this clip? I'd like to know more about him. I know you don't post other people's clips without crediting them, so when did you work with this gentleman? Here's her clip. She says, me to Mr. Andy No. By the way, this is just from the other day. It took me all of 5 seconds to find this. You want to get people to do your research for you to spread smear campaigns about me. And now you're conveniently leaving out the footage where I was physically assaulted by MAGA people. My work's better than yours, and you know it. War. Here's the clip she posts.
Fuck you. War.
That's odd. Surely that must be her post, right? I mean, she didn't just take someone else's clip, right? She wouldn't do that. Take someone else's 15-second clip and not give them credit, right? Now listen, there is a time to complain about when this sort of thing happens. There are people that will literally crib entire videos and comment on them. And like someone's watermark will be on it. Or there will people like my friend Jim Bob, a lot of X posters, they'll take cartoons he does and just place one of his cartoons up without giving him credit. But she does the same that she's criticizing Jake about. She'll put clips up that other people have done. I mean, imagine what the rationale is here. If I show you a viral clip of that U-Haul backing up in Alameda, backing up into the Coast Guard, trying to prevent ICE from being there, I can't use that unless I know who filmed that footage and credit them? A 15-second clip? So there's a difference. There's a threshold. And certainly if you've DM'd with people in the background and you just said, hey, Jake, by the way, that was my clip that you used. You mind giving me? I 100% know Jake enough to know he'd be like, oh, shit, yeah. And he would put right under his post and in his video courtesy of Karlyn Borysenko. But no, she has to call him an asshole and claim that he's a thief. So there, that's what I think of her. I think I'm glad that I didn't ask her to come on the show or try to go on her show. I don't need the fucking drama. So whoever that person was that was like, so I'm glad you asked because this did come up last week and I was like, I don't know, someone I trust said you'd be better ahead not dealing with her. There we go. Captain Phoenix says, I know her much, much better than everyone here. I met her multiple times in New Hampshire. You're best staying away. Trust me. There you go. So that's how I feel about it. Now, that's not to say she's not doing good work. I don't know. Maybe she's doing excellent work. There are people that do excellent work that maybe you don't want to directly interact with because personally, there could be a lot of drama that come with it. So to the extent that she's put work out there that exhibits sort of the damage and danger of some of these radical left-wingers, that's fantastic. But I think I'll keep arm's distance. Kane, $10. Thanks so much. Says the shutdown will cause an EBT meltdown. Walmart's talking about keeping some stores closed on November 1st due to online threats of mass hilarity. Do you think it could be baby mom apocalypse? I hope not, but also hope so. I hope that there is no violence. But I hope that people wake up to the entitlement of some people. And so I'm thankful that the people are outing themselves that are out there saying, if we don't get our food stamps, then we're going to go steal. They may do just that. They may. We'll talk about this on the show tomorrow. But there is no shame in falling upon hard times and needing help. I've been there myself. Some people don't have family to help them out. They don't have friends or a community to help them out. I don't have a problem with having a limited social safety net, but it shouldn't be a way of life. To the people that it is, not only should you feel shame, but the exact opposite seems to be the case more often than not. You will proudly go online and express your entitlement. It is truly revolting. And it's far time that the American people see just how disgusting so many of these people are. Not everyone that on food stamps is like this. But that those are out there that are so entitled. You get this money because of our charity. You don't get to act entitled. If truly you've fallen on hard times, then you understand. If not, if you're out there and this is your way of life, fuck you. May every single person that uses this as an opportunity to loot, steal, face the full consequences of the law. Part of that should be that they're never allowed to receive government benefits again. We are quickly passing the point of no return, where the amount of people paying into the pool are far less than the amount of people taking out. And it's not sustainable. By the way, this goes for corporate welfare as well. It's enough. But we'll see. I wouldn't be surprised if the shutdown ends by then, but we shall see. Germanicus, $10 says, debate moo LGBT drink for your wife. DebateCon, moo LGBT drink. God bless you and your family. Oh, like some stupid chick drink? She might have I don't know what her... I remember one time when we were dating, we went with my family to Orlando. We went to this like seafood restaurant and she ordered some ridiculous drink and it came with like, I don't know what it was, like a blue margarita or something, but it came with a little rubber shark and they put like grenadine in it and then dumped the shark out so it looked like blood coming out of the shark's mouth. That was kind of neat. I couldn't tell you if it tasted good or not, but sometimes she'll drink a lame drink. So yes, I'm sure she'll enjoy that. Thank you so much. Patrick Finnegan, $20 says, just got back from Tennessee today. When you're in Nashville, check out the Opryland Hotel. It's an experience just to walk through it. A little vacation, gas, money for your trouble. That's great advice. Absolutely. Maybe that's something we'll do. Thank you. Pilsner, thank you so much for becoming a member. Really appreciate it. Premonition News, $2 says, good evening, dear sir. Hard time, yes. We appreciate it, man. We really do. Do I think that AI will put most of us out of work soon? I used to think UBI was a horrible idea, but if AI destroys the job market, it may become necessary. I don't think it'll put people out of work as much as people are saying. I think people are overestimating, at least in the short term, what AI is capable of. Of course, the irony is, there's a bit of schadenfreude about AI. Like I could do this I can't draw to save my life. I'm the worst artist you'd ever see. But I could do this. There's my character from Dungeons & Dragons. That's Joe Boober. Took me all of 5 seconds to put in prompts to create that. Now, when technology was putting farmers I know out of work, and when technology looked like it was putting coal miners out of work, we had everyone joking, learn to code, and journalists, etc. And I had a lot of people. Yes, Spiro, we bring you on in a bit if you like. Spiro, me and Spiro do a Thursday show. We'll bring this up Thursday. We definitely will. But anyways, back to this point. I had all these left-wing friends that are sort of artist-type people that were making fun of blue-collar workers for not AI necessarily, but technology putting them out of work. We don't need as many people working the fields anymore. Now we can do it with a clever fucking computer and a combine that basically runs on its own. Ha, they said. Well, it turns out that many of those people that were laughing that thought, you know, there ain't no machine that's going to be able to paint a picture. Whoops-a-daisy. And there's upsides and downsides to this if we just look at it objectively. This fucking sucks. Look at that axe. Look at how he's holding it in his hand. Looks like he's holding a pencil. Is that even an axe? Is he holding it backwards? A little bit soulless, right? But it gets the job done. I don't have to pay someone to do that now. I just, bam, put that into a prompt to a free AI. Bam. It'd give me 100 more if I wanted. I know this is going to shock you, but even this one. Yes, that's not an actual woman in front of a volcano with lightning putting her hand on a giant jar of olives. That too was created via AI. You see, we're nowhere near AI being able to replace truly the world's greatest artist. We're not. I don't think that we're close to an AI Sistine Chapel. But that's not what most art is. Most art's not that. Most people that work as artists, they're like working on commercials. They're not getting paid $2 million commissions. Most people that get paid to do music and like things like that, these aren't the world's great composers. It's not Rush or Led Zeppelin or what the fuck's today's version of that? Bad Bunny, I don't know. It's those people that are going to get fucked. That's what so much of the Hollywood strike was about, the writer's strike. Now, here's the thing. There is upside and downside to this. The downside is clearly we lose that human touch. And I think the downside's worse than the upside. I do. And that sucks. There is something uniquely human about art. And it's something worth Greta Van Fleet. There we go. Actually a good band. That would be today's Led Zeppelin, yes. But still, how big's Greta Van Fleet? They ain't no Led Zeppelin. Nonetheless, you get the point. But there is a bit of a everyman access to AI art. Let's take one example. Now, an art form that I like, by the way, get your super chats in. You guys are doing great thus far, but I think we can get to 300% of the goal tonight. I think it's doable. Let's go back to an art form I like. How about video games? I remember after much difficulty, the first time I beat Mortal Kombat, the original one. And it was on Sega Genesis. And I beat Mortal Kombat. I used Sub-Zero and cheesed my way through the easiest difficulty. Freezing and uppercutting and freezing and uppercutting and, you know. And when you beat the game and the end credits roll, any idea how many people worked on it? This is actually relevant because tomorrow, actually, I'm going to be interviewing someone who worked on the first Doom game. How about that? How about that for a connection? That's going to be at 3 p.m. Eastern. Should have led the show with that. Let me check the time just to make sure. Sandy Peterson. 3 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. I'll have for like an hour. That's going to be Monday. That's tomorrow. Now, the original Mortal Kombat, how many people do you think worked on that game? 8? Maybe like 12? Now listen, I don't know an awful lot about video games, so I'm not coming to you as an expert, but I do know this. It's shocking how few people worked on that game. 4 people. There we go. Now, how many people would it take to make even an indie developed game today? The game market's so competitive. There's so many that comes out. People that are like small teams that put a game together, oftentimes they're putting blood, sweat, and tears into a lot of shit or a particular game for a long, long time. The nature of a fighting game would be you maybe don't need as many people. But today, how many people do you think worked on whatever the newest Mortal Kombat game is? 200? Five people worked on Valheim. There you go. Let's imagine this. Let's imagine that you wanted to make a sort of open world medieval adventure type game. How many people do you think it would take to work on a game like that? Maybe a lot. Now imagine that you used some sort of like rudimentary AI to do voice acting and dialogue for thousands of NPCs. Imagine that someone that's a great developer, coder, has amazing ideas for video games, but lacks the wherewithal or the capital to work with a compelling artist, can now fake their way through it enough with AI. AI art, music, etc. will be nowhere near as good as the top level people, humans that do it, and yet it will be more accessible. See, Spiro says, I'm building an actual game worthy of the Super Nintendo, and it's difficult. I would say it would take at least 5 or 6 people to do my game in a year. That's Super Nintendo. I tried AI for it. It sucks. Of course. But you could use limited application AIs. Like if you need artwork. How much do you think it? How much would you pay for someone to do your entire branding? How much would you pay? What's that worth? All the branding that comes with it. Logos for different color schemes for it. Logos for YouTube banners. Logos for Rumble. How much would you pay? By the way, I need to get all that shit set up because I got it all. $5? I have no idea. You being serious? You think $5? I paid more than $5. It's also a friend of mine. It's a good friend of mine that does graphic design. Now, if I wanted, I could do. Let's go to Grok. Let's try it out, shall we? Let's do this. Print screen. Okay. Give me a second. Make me an image for a YouTube channel that's a cartoony version of the guy in this picture with American iconography. Icon. Why can I not say words like it? Let's see what it comes up with. Good shit. Hey, you want to see the other one? It's like, why do I got such a milky eye there? 2 eagles on me? Ah! Look at my fat face in the background there. No, I'm not. That ain't this. You know how much that cost me? $0. And I'm sure I could dick around with it for 5 minutes. The point is, it makes it accessible to a lot of people that otherwise maybe wouldn't have been able to. How many people are looking for banners and shit like that YouTube that are making $0, that literally have a YouTube channel that they're 5 people watching? Maybe they'll make $30 a month on it. So if you're unartistic and you don't have money to spend, you can go to AI and you could be like, if you forgot to get like a character design for your D&D game that you're joining in a half an hour, if you're going to play a song using a bunch of horse innuendos about Vosh, and you don't feel like paying someone for a picture,
the slide strings in on his high horse so tall, claims he's a savior, the voice for us all, but his saddle's loose, his reins are a lie, galloping words but no truth in his eye. He's a stallion in the mirror, a colt on the ground, naming loud justice, but it's hollow in sound. He trots for the mares, but the pasture's a sham. Bosh the hypocrite, just a man with no plan. He wears a bridle of virtue so tight, but his hoof prints show where he's lost the fight. Spurs click sharp, yet his actions stay tame. A broken down steed in a hypocrite's game. He's a stallion in the mirror, a colt on the ground, making loud justice, but it's hollow in sound. Trots for the mares, but the pasture's a sham. Bosh the hypocrite, just a man with no plan. Haystacks bare, he promises fields but leaves dust in the air. Whinnies of wisdom, yet the barn doors creak. A hollow hoof beat when the words that he speaks. He's a stallion in the mirror, a colt on the ground, making loud justice, but it's hollow in sound. He trots for the mares, but the pasture's a sham. Bosh the hypocrite, just a man with no plan.
So anyways, well, that's the point, Silvar. So glad I spent decades improving on my artistic talents. Thanks, Rob. What's interesting, though, I think obviously anyone who's in an actual band, some of the music shit's surprisingly good, if I'm not lying. The art shit, though, anyone that's an accomplished artist of any, I'd say, I think could do better than most of the pictures I see. But the point is, it's easily accessible. Now, I understand from the perspective of an artist being pissed off. But can you see why people where I live that aren't artists, that are blue-collar workers, that are being drowned out by cheaply made foreign products or technology, meaning that their jobs are being replaced, or cheap immigrant labor, that people spend no time thinking about going to Temu and buying a product or going to Walmart to buy something? You see, most of my artist friends were like, fuck you, to most of my friends that are in blue-collar work. Ha ha ha! You stupid fucking idiots voting Republican, learn to code. Well, it turns out that maybe technology wasn't coming for these people's jobs as fast as it was other people's. Now, some of the very people that were the most hostile and condescending to these poor fucking, uneducated masses that worked with their hands when they thought technology was making them irrelevant, now, no pun intended, I am intending the pun, they're on their high horse. Well, wait a minute. I feel bad for both. I do. And I feel real bad for the people I know that are good people that are into things like graphic design and shit like that. I'm glad you got that. Wait a minute. I'm glad someone got that. I don't think I've ever seen any convincing evidence that AI could take people's jobs. Yeah, unless instead of paying a guy to do branding for my channel, I went with something like this. Then the $50 I would pay for an image, like, gone. The guy that did this for me, all of my branding, is a very good person. He's a great dude. So it's complicated. I'm fucking a hypocrite in both aspects. Hey guys, remember, get your $50 in for a Whip Wheel song, right? That's shit. I know it. You know it. It is. It's shit. I thought about ways to make it right. Should I take all the songs that I'll eventually use on the Whip Wheel, go to Fiverr, find an actual musician, say, here's the song. Can you make this song using real instruments? I don't know. Meanwhile, on the other end of things, I'm as guilty as anyone not shopping locally. I buy cheap shit all the time. It's easy to sit here and pretend. Oh, I'm beyond reproach. Yeah, the Fiverr guy probably use AI too. Ain't that the truth? I don't know what the answer is. I don't know. But that writer's strike, you have to understand, like, most people aren't, Stephen King. They're not getting paid millions of dollars for a script or an idea of a script. Most people working in Hollywood aren't rich. And they're worried once people start to rely on AI to write shit, a lot of their jobs will be replaced. Now, are there other jobs that'll be created? Sure. There we go. I'd tune in for that. So I'm just saying the issue is complicated. From the perspective of a lot of artists that are bitching, how many of those people in Hollywood that were going on the writer's strike, largely about not wanting AI art or AI writing to be used in films, how many of them gave two shits when coal miners were getting put out of business? Hey, that's the way of the world. Technology replaces the need for certain jobs. Okay. What's different when it's your career? I have heard Spiro say, yeah, learn to code. We all remember hearing it. I truly don't want to. I mean, I can't say anyone. I don't relish the idea of people losing their job no matter what. I don't even like it when, like, a coach gets fired, like from a professional athletic team. You're like, you sort of, there's part of you that feels bad, even though you know they're a millionaire. You're still like, it sucks. H1N1, total fucking buffoon, total fucking idiot, completely obtuse here. H1N1, complete fucking moron here, absolute fucking imbecile, as if he didn't just hear what I was saying for the last 10 minutes. Yes, is it true that the career of writer will exist? Yes. Is it true that the career of artist will exist? Yes. Does that not mean that many people at the lower end of that spectrum that could be replaced because instead of them writing something that they would have got $50 for in the past, that someone could quickly go to AI, that they could be out a substantial amount of work? That is also true, you fucking idiot buffoon. Did I make that clear? I hope so. What do you mean you didn't hear that? I directly... Whatever. That's exactly what I was saying for the past 5 minutes. It'd be the equivalent of saying, I don't think the automobile is going to put the horse and carrot, the carriage maker out of business. You're right. There's still carriage makers. Yeah. But you're a fool if you can't see that the automobile significantly lowered the amount of carriage makers that there are. All right. Landon, I didn't miss it. Germanicus, $2 says, her burger's king coffee. Thank you. I'm sure my wife will enjoy it. Sandy Peterson, Hellstorm says for $5, worked on AOE 2. AOE. Anyone? What's AOE? So you can see I'm not. Age of Empires. There we go. But what about all the jobs the automobile industry brought? Yes, it's true. There were different jobs provided by the automobile industry. Your point was that there were no careers that would be lost because of technology or AI. Yes, you're right. There were other opportunities that were opened up. The problem would be, the argument with AI is that there won't be enough people necessary to employ using AI as there would be necessary to employ the creation of the automobile. That wasn't the point you were making that I was responding to. Anyways, It's going to be an awesome interview. He has great theory on how to design fun games. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I think I got him for about an hour from 3 to 4 tomorrow, so it should be good. Zach Gelpy, $20 says, are you arguing that it's similar how the relationship was with manufacturing and artisans? No, it's different, but similar. Well, yes, I am arguing it's similar. I'm arguing the person said, ha, you're losing your coal mining job because of technology moving forward. It's similar to saying, aha, you're losing your artist job because of AI. In that sense, it's similar. Landon, $20. Thank you so much, by the way, Zachary. Landon, $20. Thank you. Says, I'm a musician. For a while, I was scared AI was going to take over everything artistic, but now I just think it'll weed out the mediocre people in those industries and force the good ones to become more human and original. Yeah, I think that that's likely what's to occur. But most of the people probably are mediocre in those industries. Let's try this. I'm thinking of starting a furniture store. Man, I always wanted to own a furniture store. But you know what the problem is? How when I come up with like a catchy, a commercial, what would I do? Oh. Maybe a radio commercial.
Need a couch or a table or a comfy chair. Rob's got the deals you won't find elsewhere. Good quality stuff at a price that's fair. Shop local, show your love, 'cause we care. Rob's Discount Furniture, the place to go. Low prices, high style, it's a steal, you know. Your home deserves the best, so let it show. Rob's Discount Furniture, shop local, let it grow.
Now, I probably paid someone $500 for that jingle in the past. Yeah, it's mediocre trite, but that's what you hear in the local radio station, right? That took me 20 seconds and $0. Is that ever going to be what our friends hear? That it's like, look, I'm a serious fucking musician? No, it's not going to be that. Quiet, Captain Phoenix. You know me too well. I am going to go to the restroom soon. Yeah, you guys like Rob's Discount Furniture? Oh, there's another version of it. Just get you want to hear the other version?
Need a couch or a table or a comfy chair. Rob's got the deals you won't find elsewhere. Good quality stuff at a price that's fair. Shop local, show your love, 'cause we care. Rob's Discount Furniture, the place to go. Low prices, high style, it's a steal, you know. Your home deserves the best, so let it show. Rob's Discount Furniture, shop local, let it grow.
First version was better. Nonetheless, you get the point. That's what AI is going to take over. It's going to be that shit. Where's the joke? There's no joke. That's not the point. The point is, that used to be if you owned a local furniture store and you wanted an ad on the radio, you'd go pay some local musician to hop on their acoustic guitar and piano and make you a song for $500. That's gone. It's a weird thing. And like, I don't know what to say about it. It's like, there's fucking people I know that have done that worked on little commercials for local businesses. And I can see them right now being like, well, I'm fucked. That person's not gonna, the guy that writes those types of jingles for your local furniture store, local car dealership or whatever, they ain't gonna be working on some big budget Hollywood movie doing a score. They ain't gonna be selling out arenas playing for rock bands. That's what they do. They do this little shit. Now that I have the song, now I just have to create the furniture store, right? So, there you go. My father-in-law writes jingles. Yeah. I fucking knew this was a degenerate fucking lefty. I knew it. I knew based on the fucking stupidity. Just by the way of like, I fucking knew it. I knew, as soon as I saw the fucking, I fucking knew it. It is. It's definitely HN. It definitely is. I knew it. I fucking knew it. By the ability to not be able to logically follow like a chain of conversation, I knew it was a fucking lefty. I knew it. Absolutely fucking knew it. Absolutely. Yeah, you're right, man. Well, that's it. AI could make furniture store jingles. Might as well go full commie now. These people are fucking shameless. They're shameless. No need for private property now. Computers could make furniture jingles. Oh, man. What next? What's that? AI can make D&D character portraits? Might as well get rid of the age of consent. These fucking degenerate commies. Holy shit. Whew. Unbelievable. Unfucking believable. Let's check something real quick, shall we? Little investigation. Oh, by the way, I actually am. I'm looking for. I don't know if it will do this or not. Or wait. Stop. We need this. Let's do a little research, shall we? Let's see. Where is this guy? H1. Where is it? Where's our commie friend? There we go. Go to channel. I knew it! I knew it! It is HN! I knew it! When do you think our friend H1N1 created his channel? When do you think he created that YouTube? Isn't it sad? Well, no, it was October 25th. So at this point, it was yesterday. He created it Saturday. Oh, man. Isn't it funny? Isn't it funny, man, how they out themselves? These stupid fucking lefties, they can't help themselves. Next, he'll be like, listen, what'd you expect? You went to a black college. You're a white guy. Of course they'd use physical violence against you. AI could do furniture store jingles. Might as well abandon capitalism. Shit. Oh. Isn't it so funny? All the people that have come on here, all of them that's fucking came on here like in the past like 3 weeks since HN got banned or whatever, right? How many have I like fucking lost my patience with in the chat? And then this dude, there's just something instantly that triggered in me. And it's him! It's that same fucking idiot! Oh, man. Woo! Man. Oh, it's so good. Hey, H1N1, try coming back with a more original name. But trust us, we'll sniff you out then, too, with your fucking lefty stupidity. We'll sniff you out. Oh, man. Woo! That's good stuff. Oh, my goodness. Now, I am going to get up. I promise I'll get to more super chats. I do want to say this, though. I got a lot of shit coming up. I'll talk more about that. Oh, no. I ended the screen I wanted. I have a show, a lot of shit coming up here. And one of the things is I'm going to be doing every other week, I'm going to be doing a show with attorney Ryan Mullally. So far, I think the name of the show, my audience, see, I didn't go to AI. Instead, I went to my degenerate audience. Smart decision. And they gave me the following suggestion for the name of the show. Law and Noerrder. Law and Noerrder. Pretty good, huh? Anyways, what do you think? We need a theme song. I haven't listened to this yet. I just typed this into the prompt. Let's see how it goes. Well, the AI failed. Try the other one. Now, it was supposed to sound like the Law and Order theme song. But what if we use AI to create an AI song? How about this? So let's say I go to Grok and I say, Grok, I'm going to say, I'm trying to have a musician friend of mine recreate the theme song for... Oops, what's this? Oh! What happened? Trying to have a musician friend of mine recreate the theme song for the show Law and Order. He has never heard the song. Please give a stylistic explanation of the song so that I may show him that to see if he can recreate it. Brilliant. Let's see what it comes up with. Oh shit, it's going way into detail here. Look at this. All right, let's try this. See what comes up. Just show them this song on YouTube. All right, let's see what happens. I'll bet it's a mess. I don't think it'll work out, but let's try. Can you guys hear this? It sucks. No. It's no good. Sucks. See? AI sucks. We'll try one more. That's pretty shitty, wasn't it? Spiro was right. He's crushing it. I will hurt Spiro's feelings. All right, let's see how this goes. What the fuck is this? This doesn't sound bad. This isn't Law and Order. What the goes on for another minute. Here's the other version. I'm assuming it's much the same. I've seen Trans-Siberian Orchestra. Not too shabby. It's worth it just to piss Spiro off. That's my whole channel. This is bad either, but it's not for the show. This sounds like a Jason Bourne song or something, right? Like one you would hear in the background as he's like hacking into a computer. That's horrible. You ought to feel ashamed of yourself. Cookie Cutter Magic Show. It's almost done, so we'll let this finish. Now listen, you guys made fun of me saying about the Japanese wrestler intro music. What's the name? Does anybody watch wrestling currently? There's a Japanese wrestler. He's got the best fucking, as far as I'm concerned, it's the best entrance. And I can't remember his name. There's a current, I don't know if he still wrestles. As of last year, he was wrestling. Does anyone know who I'm talking about? He's in WWE. And I can't play the song because I know it'll happen. I'll instantly get flagged and fucking they'll pull the video. But look it up. It is a banger entrance. It's what's his name? Oh shit. Yeah. Shinsuke Nakamura, I think's his name. Shinsuke Nakamura. No, not Tajiri. Tajiri was good. No, not Okada. It's Nakamura. And his entrance is just like basically it's like heavy violin. Sometimes like if they're doing a pay-per-view and they can afford it, they'll get an actual dude with a violin out there. It's pretty badass. Does he have a mask? No. Well, maybe sometimes, but I've never seen him with a mask. He's a weird guy, though. But pretty badass entrance. His finishing move is the sushi roll. I don't know if that's true. All right, I have super chats to read. However, as Captain Phoenix correctly pointed out, by looking at the time, I've been here more than 2 hours, which means that I have to take a pee. By the way, the Steelers win. How'd that go? I'm up here with you guys messing around, and I did not watch the Steelers. Now, they lost. The bums. Of course. I told everyone, someone was on my show was like, last year you said they should fire Mike Tomlin. Now look at them. They're like 5-1. I was like, wait and see. They're going to end 9-8. Classic Steelers bullshitters. I don't know. Obviously, I'd rather a United States team win the World Series, but I also hate the Dodgers and the Yankees. So maybe they'll, like the Mighty Ducks, they'll call it because everyone gets the flu and they'll just call it a draw. That'd be the best ending for me. All right. I'm going to the restroom. I'll be back. Chair, take over. I'm telling you, Chair hasn't been doing very well with the donos lately. So I'm just saying, it might be time to reinvest. Upgrade to a newer model. Just saying. Just throwing that out there. Be right back. Not fucking around, Chair. You better get some donos. Nothing. No support for Chair. You'll see. One of these days, you're going to tune in and Chair's going to be gone. See you later, buddy. You'll see. Maybe I'll stand. Maybe I'll sit in the ground. But no Chair. At least not this one. Let's be honest, my fat ass isn't standing the whole show. All right. First off, I'd be remiss if I didn't give a little Very well done. Thank you all. But seeing as how it is Sunday, we cheat. And so, if you look closely, maybe we didn't make the goal. I don't know. I can't quite tell. Did we? No! We didn't make the goal. Fuck Jim Bob! No, I like Jim Bob a lot. I may be doing the extravaganza with Jim Bob somewhat this week. I don't know. I talked to Andrew briefly. I haven't got specific details. All right, more super chats. Remember, if you have any questions to ask me, concerns, drama, personal questions, cultural questions, political questions, we're just messing around on a Sunday night. Kane for $5 says, good luck replacing your dog groomer. You going to trust a clanker to trim fluffy nuts nails? I think not. You know, speaking of that, my dog goes to the vet Tuesday to get her stitches and staples taken out. She's doing tremendous right now. So I'm hopeful that we go and they say, looks good. The incision looks good. And our deal is behind us. It costs a lot of money. Surgery for your dog, not cheap, but man, she's back to her old self and it's totally worth it. She's a great dog. So hopefully she's very healthy going forward from here. Premonition, $2 says AI does make us obsolete. Truth in time. No, I don't think so. Humans the best. Spiro, $10 says, these arguments are tiring. I've done debates online. Sarah Speakies even debated Andrew. AI is not what you think, nor does it keep its promises. Rob's one of the few people that can argue it well. Yeah, I mean, I don't know about that, about me arguing it well. There is definitely utility for what we are calling AI. It's a glorified search engine trying to come up with some jingle or something. The problem is that's not what the bulk of the energy and the investment going into AI is. So like when I talk to Spiro about this, it's like instead of this giant LLM, like instead of having Grok make that picture that I showed you, you could build something that would require 100,000th, if even that, of the energy that would be able to do something even better to, based on prompts, create images. And yet we have these LLMs that are going to require insane amounts of investment, energy, etc. And the utility is nonsensical. And we should stop calling it AI. It is not AI. It's definitely not. But the one thing that it's done more than anything is that the biggest utility is it helps me piss Spiro off, which in itself, okay, sure, maybe it causes an economic collapse we haven't seen this likes of since the Great Depression. But that too would probably piss Spiro off. So all in all, it's going swimmingly for the rest of us. It's just all a big troll against Spiro. And what can I say? It's so far so good. You know? Kane, what's up, man? $10 says, do I think the value of AI art will stay worthless and then suddenly increase in value after we inevitably rise up and destroy it? Kind of like after a real artist dies. No, I don't. I don't think, like, it's sort of like, what was the, what's up, Manted? Yeah, what were they called? PFPs or something? I know very little about this. Remember this? Like the fucking drunk ape shit. You remember that? Where everyone like had this idea. It's like, oh, I'll buy this. Like, no one gives a shit about that stuff now, and they never will. I don't think that all of a sudden, like, this photo is going to be what, like, let's say we ban AI. I don't think it's going to be like, oh man, this photo was created using Grok. So, $10,000, please. No. NFT. There, wait. What did I say? PFP. What the fuck am I talking about? Spiro now apologizing for $10. Says, Chad, I'm sorry I got super triggered with that. I really care about this stuff and I care about the impact it has on you, except for HN. He can bugger off. Now I know for a fact that Spiro doesn't talk like this. AI! Sam Altman's created a convincing Spiro AI to send super chats. And I won't be convinced unless he sends like $5,000. Then Premonition $2 says, you have their attention. Good work. Thank you. Darth Grumpy. Dad, $10. Thanks so much. Zach Gelby, $10 says, Rob, do you know where Grid will have his event before DebateCon? Yes. He told me, and now I can't remember, but the venue has changed. So the last time he was on here, he showed the venue. I'm doing a debate with him Tuesday. So I'm going to have him send me, when I talk to him, I'll be like, send me the address and all the details and all that good shit so I can start advertising it. So I will get those details to you. Airborne Animal, $5 says, tell me you know nothing about capitalism without telling me you know nothing about capitalism. No, don't you get it? If furniture jingles could be made by your computer, then we have to get rid of capitalism. Smokey, thanks for becoming a member and gifting a membership. Thanks so much. Buddha, $2 says, New Age Islam Punk for the crazy attempt at the Law and Order song there. I hear you. That's right. I'm the captain now. What do I think about using AI to put the pornography industry out of work? It's like a utilitarian argument. You're getting rid of their jobs, but you're using immoral means and just replacing it with what's there. No, the morality of it, the utility would be irrelevant because, or it wouldn't be worth it anyways. Because it's still degenerate, even if it's animated instead of a real person. I guess you could claim, but it solves the problem of the willful performer of pornography now not having an incentive to do it. Yeah, I guess. But it's still, it's going to, the downside is going to be way worse than the upside. It's going to lead to people becoming far more degenerate than they already are, which is hard to imagine. Can AI consent? No. AI can't consent any more than this pen can consent to me writing with it. It's not a living being. Fire Mike Tomlin. There we go. There's a post I can get behind. Highest paid defense in the league, baby. Giving up 35 points a game. Spiro gets triggered by AI talk. My wife knows what triggers me. Mike Tomlin's never had a losing season. If I ever snap, if you ever read about me in the newspaper and it's like, failed YouTube streamer Rob Noerrder, who one time lost a congressional candidacy run, was arrested in a town outside of Pittsburgh Friday or Sunday night for strangling someone at a local pub. I'll guarantee that the story behind that is someone said, Mike Tomlin's never had a losing season. And my eyes roll back into my head and I just see blood red and I'm like, what did you just say? Like, that'll be it. That'll be what triggers me to finally lose my mind. I'm so tired of that talking point. Not that anyone gives a shit about the sports ball, but oh my goodness. Yeah, they'll end 9-8. I called it when they were 5-1. They're going to end 9-8 and either limp into the playoffs. They'll probably make the playoffs because their division's so shitty. Then they'll lose the first game. Don't blame the Steelers. Blame the coach. We nerds of League of Legends world is what we care about. Am I right? I've only ever played League of Legends like a handful of times. I played it with my younger brother. How's my fantasy team shaping up? I know what that means. Not good, because I'm playing my wife today, so. Let's see. Let's see how it's looking. I know she wouldn't have brought it up unless she knows she's winning. Let's see. Here we go. The Noerrder household fantasy battle. Oh boy. Here we go. I'm predicted to lose. I only have a 14% chance to win. I'm not going to break 100 points. Meanwhile, my wife's team's shitty. It's just she's playing me. Well, that's great. My quarterback, Michael Penis Jr., didn't play. So I'm officially fucking winless in my fantasy league. Amazing. We're on like week 7 and I haven't won a game. I don't even care if I win or lose normally. But I don't want to lose to my wife. You wish John would bring back debate night. How is it possible to be winless? Dude, yeah, we play on Yahoo Sports, so they give you a grade for your draft. I was predicted to go I was predicted to lose 1 game. That's how good they thought my draft was. And then everybody got hurt week 1 for me. I should have used AI to draft my team. In fact, next year, maybe we'll do a fantasy football. How about this? What if we did a Normal America Noron fantasy football league? It'll be me, Spiro, and 5 other people. Or an 8-person or a 10-person league. One of them will be Spiro, and one of them will be AI. And we'll see if Spiro's capable of outperforming AI. What do you think? We won't play for money or anything. It'll be totally free. I also know nothing about football, apparently. I would just be excited to see Spiro lose. That would be amazing. In fact, we should set up a whole... Look, I got it. I got us Norons. We should start... A series of competitions. Spiro versus AI. Just this is a brilliant idea. What a brilliant grift. We'll have to come up with like 10 events, like a decathlon. Spiro will compete against AI. I think it sounds wonderful. It would be great. Writing a haiku, that's a great event. Blackjack, not bad. Yes, very much like the end of Billy Madison. Play AI in chess? Should that be an event? This is good. This is good. Are space aliens real? Probably. But I don't know. You guys think that Spiro's going to lose, and he would lose against chess. But no one said that it's just going to be online events. Like, who could wash these dishes fast? My money's on Spiro. I bet Spiro could wash dishes faster than AI. What's AI going to do about it? Nothing. We'll get a camera up. Spiro versus AI in a fist fight. My money's on Spiro. I bet he beat the shit out of some server hosting AI. Connect 4, my money's probably on AI. Wash a car faster. Look at this. One-legged foot race. My money's on Spiro. Of course, oh yeah, Mayor Mamdani, it's coming, baby. Whose car? Yeah. Who could replace the alternator in my car faster? Spiro or AI? This is good. I'm gonna get all. I'll put Spiro up for a hotel for a week. Fly him out here, and then just have him do all of my. Who could replace the leaky pipe I have in my upstairs sink faster? Spiro or AI? Who could riz better? Oh, that's not bad. We could set up a dating account with Spiro where he has to chat up a lady, and then we'll use AI lines, and we'll use Spiro's picture just to make it fair, right? So that the AI technically looks like Spiro. So we'll even it out as much as possible. Not bad. Get divorced faster than AI. Also true. Spiro's gonna go. I always threaten my wife. I'm always like, the old trope. I don't smoke, but I'll be like her, this kid will be like annoying me. I'll be like, I'm gonna go get a pack of smokes. Just get a pack of smokes and never come back. I do not have next level riz. I was the absolute worst at trying to pick up chicks. Better toilet fixer, says Mr. Bill. Rob, Spiro, AI. I would say that I'm got to be third place in that running. Yeah, no riz, but endearing. No, to be quite honest, this is kind of going to make me look like a fucking loser, but this is the truth. I probably only ever really had like 2 serious girlfriends before my wife, and I was not much for dating. I've probably been like on a legitimate, and I'm not talking about let's be clear. I wasn't just hooking up with chicks. If I was going to go out with a chick, I seriously was going out and like taking her to dinner and then going home. I wasn't trying to like hook up or sleep with chicks. I've probably only ever been on dates with like 4 or 5 chicks in my life. Most ended with like me not being very interested. One ended in a fucking disaster, which I could tell you about. And I will. There was one date I went on that is about as bad of an ending of a date as you can imagine. Most of them were just like, let's see. The chick I went on a date with immediately preceding my wife, which was probably a year before I went out with my wife for the first time, was a girl that I met through work. So I mentioned that I worked with this, the first time I worked in the field of home health care, I worked with a very violent, strong man. And I said that there was this dude named Stumpy that I worked with. Well, Stumpy wife knew a girl that they thought me and her would be a good match to go out on a date. And so I met this girl, and I met her at her house, and she lived with her older sister. So her sister was older than me. Her sister's very nice. We went in, and we just sat. They had 2 couches. I sat in one couch, and this girl sat in the other, and we watched a movie, and we talked about our lives for like 2 hours. Then I went home. And I didn't think anything of it. She had very long hair. She was brushing her hair like the entire night. It's like, what the fuck's that about? It's weird. Anyways, I can't remember. We watched some movie and I'm looking at pictures on the wall like, oh, who's that? Oh, that's a cute dog. Oh, you have a cat. Like hanging out with this cat. Fine. So I go to work like the next, 2 days later, whenever I went in, and my buddy's like, so what happened? I'm like, I don't know. She seemed fine. Not really my type. Not really interested, I guess. Well, why didn't you hook up with her? I'm like, I don't know. How do you know that? Because that girl told his friend that she thought it was weird that I didn't like make a move. And I was like, no. Anyways, then I found myself in this weird fucking trap where this girl kept calling me and I wasn't interested, but I didn't know how to just be like, nah, I don't really want to hang out. So we went out to the movies after that. And the whole time I'm like, I don't like this girl. And I'm not trying to be rude. It wasn't that I didn't, like, she was okay. I mean, she wasn't conventionally attractive, but it wasn't that. It was, I'm sorry to say this. This is going to make me sound like an arrogant sack of shit, but she's really dumb. Like, she just was. And like, we didn't have any interest in common or anything. It was, I don't know what to say. I'm trying not to sound like an asshole. But it was very much like I don't know. It was not for me. Anyways, like 2-3 more times this chick would call and I would constantly be like, eh. And then finally one day, like I finally broke it to her, was like, I'm not really interested in you. We could be friends. And she's like, oh, it's pissy about it. And it's like, well, can I borrow $300? And I gave her that $300 and I never saw her again. So that happened. And then years later, once I'd been dating my now wife, like for 3 years, but before we were married, we were eating in the town we grew up in. We were eating in a restaurant and I saw that girl walk by and I was like, hey, there's that girl I gave $300 to. I should ask her if she has it, if I could have it back. Because she was like, well, for friends, well, blah, blah, blah. She also had a kid. My kid needs, his birthday's coming up and I don't have any money. And I was like, sure, I could lend you $300. So yeah, there we go. So that was my big date endeavor before I met my wife. But that's not the one that ended in disaster. This is a true story. My wife knows that this story is true. In fact, my friend that came in Thursday, we talked about this story. This legitimately happened. So there was this, when I joined the debate team, my freshman year in college, there was a kid on the team that was his senior year, and I looked up to as a debater. He was very good. And his girlfriend was his debate partner as well. And she was good, but he was very good. And they narrowly didn't qualify for the national debate tournament. That's what inspired me. That was my goal. I want to qualify for the national debate tournament because I saw how hard he tried for this. Anyways, the girl lived with these two other girls, and they decided to set me up on a date with one of these girls she lived with. So it was going to be a couple's date. Me and this guy that was on the debate team, and then his girlfriend and her roommate. So we went over to her place, and right out of the gate, it was a fucking mess. Because my friend that I looked up to, the guy that was on the debate team, this dude's allergic to everything. He couldn't have cheese. He couldn't have nuts. Like, very fucking, like, and, like, really seriously allergic. Like, he would go into, like, anaphylactic shock if he had a nut. So every time you're out with this guy, it was like, if you got pizza, you always had to get a little special pizza for him without cheese and cheese. Just a fucking... So this dude's making dinner, and I'm helping him make dinner for the girls, and white wine and bullshit. It's not my style. I was not impressed, you know. Nonetheless, I meet this girl. She seems fine. That's my date, right? So it's snowing. It's a very cold day, and there's like 6 inches of snow out. Now, my apartment is probably, I don't know. Well, no. At that point, I didn't even have an apartment in Clarion. So I was going to spend the night at my buddy's house. But I had lived like 20 minutes outside of town by car ride, right? All right. Anyways, we continue with the story. At one point in the night, we're drinking. And me and this girl aren't getting along. I'll tell you, I know exactly what happened. I used the term retard. She informed me that she had a relative that had some developmental disabilities. I apologized profusely. Wasn't enough. Over and over, I apologized. Wasn't enough. So it's clear this ain't going to work. There's only so many times you could apologize. And it wasn't even like it was like we're watching a movie and I was like, well, that's retarded. Something to that effect, like some character in this movie. Anyways, how many times can you apologize? So it's clear. This is going to be the one and only date. All right, whatever. So I'm sitting there drinking, and the other roommate comes in. So there's 3 girls, 2 guys that are there. And I'm like, I got to go to the restroom. And my friend's lady runs into the bathroom and locks the door. There's only one bathroom. Ha ha! You can't use the bathroom. Like, okay. So I was like, fine. I'm just going to go outside and piss. And they're like, if you go outside, we're locking you out in the snow. And I was like, it's like 25 minutes. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Ha ha ha. So I was like, I'll tell you what. If you don't let me into that restroom in the next 5 minutes, I'm going to piss on your floor. Well, they called my bluff, so I went out to the kitchen, and they had stairs that went up to their bedroom, and I pissed on the stairs right there, right in their carpeted stairs. And they flipped the fuck out. They were furious. So I got kicked out of the house. My friend had to drive me back to his apartment where I had to spend the night. The whole time he's like, what the fuck were you thinking? I'm like, I don't give a fuck. I told them for like 20 minutes. So there, that's one of my dates ended in me intentionally pissing on someone's floor. And it was a long piss. And by the time they realized, it was probably 15, 20 seconds before they realized what was happening. And my friend, the male friend of mine, was like trying to grab me as I was still pissing. I'm like, get the fuck off me. I'm not finished. I finished that piss. So there, that happened. So suffice it to say, I don't think I had what most would consider riz. I wasn't wooing the ladies that much. But that I forgot all about that story until my buddy mentioned it the other day. You can ask my wife. She's sitting there. I'm like, oh yeah, I fucking forgot that happened. I was fucking mad. And like, I was mad that they were mad at me. I was like, fuck you. Like, they literally set it up. I thought, what did they think? I was going to piss my pants? That was going to be the joke on their couch? You can't use the restroom, and if you go outside, we'll lock you out. Okay. Well, there's an answer for that. So, yeah, that happened. Then the motherfuckers, after that, one time, one of them, that third roommate got stuck in the snow. So me and my buddy that came over the other day, we were trying to push her car out of the snow. And I fell flat in my face, and my pants were like halfway around my ass. I was wearing jeans, and they were all laughing at me. So I was like, okay, fuck you, and walked away. And then they got mad because turns out the ladies weren't going to push no car out. I was like, go fuck yourself. You're going to laugh at me trying to help you out? Fuck you. Don't care. Walked away. Let him stuck in the fucking snow. Then call a tow truck, asshole. You make fun of the guy that's out there trying to fucking... And it wasn't like, oh, that's pretty funny, you fell. It was for like 10 minutes. Finally, I was like, all right, fuck you. So there you go. There's my riz. I was not, I was not a ladies' man, to say the least. But worked out. Met my wife. She's great. So, but I just didn't have the time of day. It was like, I dated a girl for probably like 6 to 8 months at one point. It was pretty serious. And that's not a funny story because that girl and me mutually split up because she had a tragedy in her life before me and her started dating, and she wasn't ready, I don't think, to have a boyfriend, which she would admit as well. But she was a very nice girl, and I think she's doing very well now. I assume she has someone, but that was it. That was the only serious girlfriend I had other than my wife. So, dude, Kane, you think that? I go to pick up groceries today. I get home. I'm wearing boxer briefs, as is my preference for underwear. And I'm like, I got some, like, a little bit of research to do. But first, I'm going to sit down and I'm going to watch a little bit of football. And I was watching the Cowboys stink it up versus the Broncos. So I decide I'm just going to be t-shirt underwear man, right? No one's around. Who gives a shit? And in walks her parents before I have a chance to throw a pair of pants on. So there you go. It used to be, we used to live above this bar, and a good friend of ours, a girl, lived right across the hall from us. And I was always like just sitting around in my underwear. And she was like Kramer. She'd just like fucking slide into the door like, hey, what are you guys up to? You guys got any salt here? You guys want to watch this movie? And I felt real bad at first, but then after a while I was like, you know what? It is my place. So if you're entering without knocking, enter at your own risk. Because I might just be sitting around in my underwear watching TV. That's your mistake, not mine. I'm not going to dive behind the couch or anything. Your mistake, you know? Next time, knock, and I'll make sure I'm decent. Thanks, Harry. Yeah. Yes, the Cowboys. I'm not a Cowboys fan, so it was wonderful to watch the Broncos smack them around. But that's fair, right? I don't know. How are other people? If it's just you and your wife, or just you by yourself, there's nothing wrong with sitting around in your underwear, right? I don't think so. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's weird to other people. But for me, it's like, yeah, t-shirt, underwear. So someone just, like if your neighbor just waltzes in, that's on them. Says the guy who pees on floors, right? Yeah, I just don't, I'm not walking into other people's house without knocking. Not even my parents. If I'm going to my parents' house, I always knock. It is true that I'm a floor pisser. That is absolutely true. Proudly so. Don't want your kids to see you in your underwear? Well, that's one thing. But like, if you're just home with just the wife, all right, did I miss any super chats? Our friend Zach, $5 says, please don't ever draft Patriots players up, man. I beg you. You Pats fan. Did the quartering pee on his floor? See, look at this. I'm sitting in my underwear right now. Someone else could be like, I'm pissing on my floor right now. Yeah, see? No, you can't use my floor, but I'll take you to that girl's house. I don't remember her name, but I hope that she's had problems with floor peers in the future. After that, that would be karmic justice. Where did I avoid all these assholes? I went to Clarion University, Clarion, Pennsylvania. That's your answer. These stories are I mean, I don't know. You know what won't sleep with Monica Lewinsky even once? AI. Well, true. Al Bundy. Yeah, not Ted Bundy. You're in Lancaster. There you go. There you go. Chicken Pork walks around his apartment naked with the windows open. What are you doing? Clarion did have a stalling wrestling team. Kurt Angle wrestled for Clarion University. Yeah. Kurt Angle's nephew was my student teacher when I went to high school. In 11th grade, I think. Maybe 12th grade. Biology, though. Actually, physiology and anatomy was the course. His name was Mr. Angle. I don't remember his first name, but yes. Yeah, Kurt was big in my area. He was big news when he won the Olympics around here. And bloody Clarence, thank you for the $15. Says Rob, taxes due. Thanks for the bop lore, mate. Anytime. It's Sunday. Just telling stories. How could I remember? That was like 100 years ago. Feels like it, doesn't it? My goodness, that would have been... When did Kurt win the Olympics? 96? 2000? Frank Edgar also went to Clarion. Totally true. MMA fighter. And was close to our age. I actually was going to play football at Clarion University. And I went not to a practice, but a meeting, and I met this gentleman. Now, I played offensive and defensive line in high school. Why can't I find a picture of this guy? Oh, for crying out loud. don't have a picture of him up, which is kind of crazy. See if I can find a picture first. A bit crazy. They just have a generic. There he is. This is the guy I met at our meeting. Reggie Wells graduated from Clarion, born 1980. He was drafted in 2003. So I started college in 2002. I graduated high school in 2002. So the fall semester of 2002. So that was Reggie Wells' senior year at Clarion University. And he was drafted by the Arizona Cardinals, I think, in the 6th round. Now, needless to say, how tall did it say? Didn't have his height. I don't know, but you can imagine he's taller than 5'7.5", which is what I am. And so it was pretty clear that I wasn't cut out to play college football with a dude that would be drafted by the NFL. So there you go. We had a player from Clarion University the year I started that made it to the NFL. So that's what spurred me to join the debate team ultimately, because I was very competitive. I loved playing football, but I had asthma. So I played one side of the ball in high school. I was okay. I was average on a below average team. But Clarion's a small school, so I thought maybe if I tried real hard for 3 years, I could eventually make special teams or something. But I was never going to make the NFL or anything like that. But ultimately, I realized even low-level college ball is a step above high school ball, and I just wasn't going to make it. So then I took this debate class and found myself doing a debate tournament and winning it. And that was a cool, it was competitive. It was nerdy, but it was competitive. So that was it. So yeah, that's where I was. Clarion University. Let's see real quick. I didn't know if the university still had some of my pictures up from when I debated. I don't see. But I was on the Christmas card of Clarion University the one year when we qualified for the national debate tournament. But I don't really see it. All right, where are we? There you go. Tim Lawrence said we had several players from high school here in Berwick that made it. Ron Paulus. All right. All right, drama stuff. I saw our good friend Old Joe. Remember, keep sending in super chats, trying to raise money for going to Nashville here. Me and the wife going to DebateCon, so any super chats would be appreciated. And your super chat questions more likely to be answered than none. Old Joe says, now that it's behind us, was your reaction to Radical Coder interrupting Spurg a good decision in hindsight? I have my opinion, but I'm curious as to what you think now. Yes and no. I think that here's why I would say no. I think that it would have probably been better to just embarrass him throughout the debate, to be honest. Which then a couple of days later, I did Speakeasy show, and he came on, and you saw how that went. He didn't do so well. So part of me thinks that I should have tried to stick it out. I don't know what the right answer would have been, though, and how to stick it out. I guess maybe if I would have stuck out a longer and then he would have kept spurging out and then left, it would have been more clear to everyone. Because anyone who's just watching that in a vacuum might say, I've seen worse interruptions. And they don't really understand what I'd been dealing with that crowd for quite some time now. But the problem was I dug myself a hole. And I've done this many times in life. I told this story. Here's a debate round that there are very few rounds. Like, if my old debate partner's watching, the one that my final debate partner, if he's watching right now, he's probably not. He's a big lefty. He's a great guy, but he's a big lefty, so I doubt he's watching me. But if he is, I'm going to say something that may piss him off, but I know he knows it's true. I was better than him. I was the better one of us two. Now, I would have been shit without him because he did all the research. He was a way better researcher than me. But when it came to time for the debate, I was better than my partner. And he knew it. And probably still knows it. But that doesn't mean that there weren't rounds that I lost us the round. And oftentimes my partner would warn me that my smug mouth would get me in trouble eventually. And it did. So I've told this story before. But I'm sometimes I have a little hubris. So this particular topic, my last year, was Supreme Court, which was different for policy debate because almost every year it was implied that you were Congress. United States federal government should, and then there would be something. And it was almost always like, pass this legislation, sign this treaty, etc. This particular year, they decided to do a Supreme Court topic. So, you had to overrule one of 5 decisions. One of them was Casey, 92 Casey. That was the abortion decision that basically reaffirmed Roe v. Wade. One of them was Milliken, which was a forced busing decision. One of them was Morrison, which was like a Violence Against Women Act type thing decision. And I can't remember the other 2. Nonetheless, debate's unique. Policy debate's unique. And in fact, even not just policy debate, all debate's unique amongst competitions because the nature of debate is that you could debate about the debate. You can't debate about the rules of chess while you're playing a game of chess. But debate you can. Even if there's rules that the judge gets to decide who wins or loses the debate, the rules are debatable. Sort of a weird meta thing. And this was certainly true in policy debate. You debated the rules of debate almost every round. So, for example, in a normal debate year where the topic is just the United States federal government should lower subsidies, your plan might be like, we're going to lower corn subsidies by 20%. One of the arguments that would be ran against you would be called agent specification. Now, what that meant was you did not specify who the agent of your plan would be. Is it Congress? Is it the FDA? Therefore, you should lose because you're intentionally being vague so that the negative doesn't have ground. Because the negative might say, no, it'd be very bad for the FDA to do that. But if they say that, I'll say, we don't use the FDA, we use Congress. And they'd say, see? So what you would do is you'd run an argument that says, if the FDA did this, it would be bad. And then you would run agent specification. Then if I say, well, no, we don't link to your FDA argument because we don't use the FDA, they'd say, see, the abuse has been proven. Now they're trying to get out of our argument by claiming they don't use the FDA, so they should lose because they were intentionally vague. It's called A-spec, agent specification. The Supreme Court topic had unique specification arguments that you never heard in other years. One of them was test case specification. They might call it J-spec or something, but so they would say this: any case that comes to the Supreme Court would have to have a test case. For example, you can't be like, the court should overrule Dobbs. How would they do that? There would have to be a plaintiff that filed a case at a lower court that got a ruling that then would be appealed that would actually make its way up to the Supreme Court. The court can't just weigh in without a case. So what will the case be if our affirmative was Milliken, a forced busing? Or in this case, it was Casey. What's the test case? What test case coming up on the docket would you use? Now, these arguments I find incredibly boring. These are called theory arguments. I fucking hated them. So I'd just be like, whatever, I don't give a fuck. You pick the test case. I don't care. Because 99 out of 100 times, the team's just blowing smoke. There ain't no ground that they're losing because you didn't specify a test case. I'm trying to talk about whether or not Roe v. Wade should be overturned. Abortion. I'm not trying to talk about, well, here's why we should use this case on the docket in June as opposed to this case on the docket in May. That doesn't interest me. I'm interested in talking about whether or not abortion should be legal. So, when people ran these arguments, I would just flippantly be like, I don't give a fuck. You specify the case. Whatever you specify, we'll accept. And my partner warned me. He's like, that's gonna fuck us. So we were debating this team from Pitt that we debated and beat like 4 or 5 times that year. And they were like, what test case? And they knew what my answer would be because I'd told them before. And I was like, I don't give a shit. You pick the test case. And they said, okay. So they picked this super obscure case that I'd never heard of. And they're like, this is the case you'll use. And we think that's a bad one to use. Instead, we'll use this one. Now, what am I going to say at that point? I can't be like, well, that's bullshit. Because I already told them, whatever you say, we'll concede to. So despite the fact this was a team we'd beaten more often than not, we fucking got our ass kicked. And my partner's just staring daggers at me like, thanks a lot, smartass. Now we're in this debate. We have nothing to say, basically. So that's an example of my smart mouth in debates getting me in trouble. It's sort of like what happened with this conversation the other day with that Trippy debate, where I made a comment. I was like, you know what? If you're going to keep interrupting me, I'll just be quiet until you stop interrupting. Ryan actually had something clever to say about that. Which in retrospect might be something I would say in his shoes. Which is, okay, then sit there quietly. That's more time for me to talk. It's actually kind of clever. Because now I'm fucked. What is my options at that point? I could A, be like, that's not what I meant, be quiet, then I look like a goof. Or I could sit there and let him finish his point and go, okay, now. Now the problem with that is, he knows, well, I'll just keep interrupting this guy until he eventually has to make a stink. Because he already said, I'll be quiet if you interrupt. Great, we're going to test that then. So, I was in a tight spot. So I thought about it for like 35, 40 seconds and was like, okay. I pissed on the floor. That's exactly what I did. Exactly. I was like, fine. Then I will give you more time. In fact, I'll give you all the time. And that's what I did. It's too late now. In for a penny, in for a pound. Now, would it have been better if I would have never said that. And instead I'd been like, Ryan, shut your fucking mouth. Let me talk. Shut the fuck up. Maybe. So I could have handled it differently. But I'm happy with how it turned out. It's a long way to answer your question, old Joe. I'm ultimately happy with how it turned out. I think that I don't have to deal with those Ryan and Dusty anymore. That's fine. No problem. I don't have to worry about going on open panels like Sarah's anymore. Great. Yeah, RMF, you probably do know me from Above Top Secret. I was Grambler on Above Top Secret. Thank you. I appreciate the 20.5K subs. You should sub if you haven't. So ultimately, I think the way that it played out was absolutely fine. So, I mean, that's a long way to answer the question. Yeah, Joe says in the end, I can't imagine a better outcome, not just for Rob, but for the dialectic as a whole. Maybe the fallout is Sarah and the other people in those panels decide, like, look, there has to be a little more decorum, and that ends up making their shows better. Or maybe not. I don't know. The drama did help me, but that's not the point. I still, I'm not sitting here cheering Sarah's subs going down. That's not what I'm about. I don't care. Onward and upward, as far as I'm concerned, for me. If her channel takes off, no problem. More power to her. If her channel starts to stymie, at this point, I just don't care. So, I mean, I don't know. Thanks, RMF. Yeah, the old ATS days, man. I loved Above Top Secret. Really did. I miss it. But that's when I started streaming. That's where I would post on Above Top Secret. Hey, I'm doing a stream tonight. Most of the people that watch me were from there eventually. Oops, sorry. So, I don't know. Hey, Jess White, what's happening? Thanks so much for the $5. I hope everything's going good for you. Remember, we're only 29% of the way to our goal, and it's 1:15 a.m. Womp womp. We can at least get the $714. We can at least do that. But yeah, I mean, ultimately, I don't know. Like, I really don't care about the drama. I'm happy to move on from it. That's fine. To the people that are like, she did a 7-hour response video. Cool. I've said my piece. I don't lie about anything I said. People are free to make judgments. I think Rob's being a baby. I don't think the moderation was that bad. It's fair. I don't have a problem if that's how you feel. No problem. Look at this. Our good friend Avarice. Morning crew did way better than all of you for $5. Thank you, Avarice. But I just don't, I like to talk about politics. I like to talk about culture. I like to do debates. I like to do interviews. That's what I'm going to keep doing. I like to do real life stuff. I'm going to keep doing that. That's it. Sundays, weekend streams are a little different. We're having a little fun. We're joking around, whatever. You heard that the chair actually met the goal one stream. The day that they convinced me to just put the chair on, because I had something to do, so I put the chair on and left for 3 hours and then came back. Not only did the chair hit the goal, it was at like $600. So yes, that definitely happened. Let's see, morning crew, the most, yeah. But yeah, that's with the drama stuff. It's like, I don't know. Am I aware that there will be people for a long while that constantly watch my show and then are like, I'm going to make drama content out of it? Yeah, I'm aware that some of the people in the panelverse have declared war, which just means that every one of their shows is going to be watching my show or watching Andrew's show and talking shit on us. And to that I say, hey, I hope it helps out your channel. Good luck. Fine. I just don't care. I also don't care at all if people still watch Sarah. And actually, I'll still recommend Sarah's channel when people say, how do I get into debate? Look, those open panels, people like Speakeasy, people like Sarah, people like Prime Caves. That's a good way if you don't have a channel or if you don't have a lot of experience by the nature of the open panel. That's a good place to get a start. It doesn't matter what I personally think about it. That's legitimately a good place to get a start. So I'm not going to stop suggesting that. I just don't give a shit about the drama. I like my own thing. I do my own thing. Avery Sinclair, $7 says, we love your debates. Great content. Thank you. What chat do I pay attention to more, the R side or the YouTube side? Easily the YouTube side. And I am so sorry to those of you over on the Rumble side. Holy shit, very active today. Thank you so much. Here's the reason. First off, AJ Boombastic, $10 says, thoughts on Halo coming to PlayStation. It's interesting, isn't it? I mean, I don't know a lot about like console stuff. Halo's a fun game that I used to play back in the day. And so I guess I'm excited for people that don't own an Xbox to be able to play it on PlayStation. But it's sort of like a concession, isn't it? It's sort of like Microsoft giving up. I saw they claimed, well, that's because our big competition's places like TikTok. Dude, you're a video game console. Like, you're never going to be a PC. So, I mean, it's a huge deal in that sense. It feels like them giving up. It'd be no different than when, like, Sega started putting their characters on Nintendo consoles. It's like, dude, you lost. That's what it feels like. Just saying. Now, why do I look at, and also one more on Rumble real quick. $1, Sharpwaven, thoughts on defunding Israel? Yes, defund everyone. Our tax dollars should not be going to foreign countries, period. To the shaky cam. Now, this is what I see. I'm using a service called StreamYard. So let me show you how this works. I could see on my chat here, as I'm streaming, I see this, right? Now, you can see all these chats right here are YouTube. But it'll come up if someone posts on Kick or if someone posts on Twitch. So if you're watching here on Twitch or Kick, just say hi or anything real quick, and you'll see that it shows up. So you see the little, you see it's the little, there, see? That's Twitch comment from TL there. But Rumble does not show up. Kick will show up, X will show up, YouTube will show up, Twitch will show up, but not Rumble. And so I always forget that because every other comment, if anyone makes on any other platform, there it is. So I always screw up and I'll remember myself. Quiet with you yelling about activating Windows. To hell with you. Sorry. I think my fire alarm just beeped. So I always, like, I'll be like, oh yeah, Rumble. I keep Rumble up for this very reasons, but I have to actively go to Rumble to see there. I can see just on my, and I'm 99 out of 100 times, I don't have my own YouTube video pulled up. I do tonight. But I never check my YouTube video because I just see all the comments on StreamYard. But Rumble, I have to go to specifically. Am I black? No, Loish. I think I'm white. Risenhart, what's up? Let's get ready to. Oh, never mind. You can't see. Oh, I see you. I see you over there. So yes, I always forget. Locals chat. I'm not on locals. I need a. Yeah, see, maybe. I have 2 monitors. Now, if I ever. Here's the deal. I would have definitely. Spiro is working with me to help me get a new computer. I want something that I'll be good to stream with for like the next 3 to 5 years. So I don't want to fuck with it. Now, I don't do a lot of gaming, so I'm looking for something that is overpowered when it comes to streaming. Because every once in a while, what you'll see is I'll hop on a StreamYard debate or something and my computer will crash. So I want something where that's not a concern. A machine that's ridiculously overpowered for that. Here's the problem. I'd spent $6,000 on my dog this month. So there went the computer fund right out the door. So we're trying to build it back up. Now, it actually worked out amazingly that I had been doing well enough, thanks to y'all's generosity, to put some money away. But, yeah, that's what happened. But the idea is, once I get a computer like that, then I'll take the next step of working with Spiro to do the TikTok invasions and things like that. Thanks, Will. I appreciate it. I'm not switching to Linux, I'll tell you that. AMD, I don't know what the pros and cons are, if I'm honest with you. But I know I'm not a Linux guy. That I do know. My understanding is that Linux, the benefits are if you're a little more intelligent with sort of an interface and with computers. So I don't think that... Could I beat Andrew in a debate? Yes. Any topic? No. I couldn't beat anyone at a debate on any topic. Every single person in this chat right now would beat me in debates. If it was a topic I knew nothing about and you knew something about, and you had a little confidence. Andrew will generally crush me on any philosophical or religious topic. On most normative politics topics, I'd probably do very well against Andrew. However, there's some political topics that I think it would be close or that Andrew would win. So we have different styles, and so it's intuitive that we would each have different strengths on different types of topics. So, yes, if the debate was about pissing on carpeted stairs, crush. I'd crush it. Pay money to see me debate Andrew on apologetics. I would lose. I know next to nothing about it. In fact, I was supposed to have a debate coming up Tuesday on Christian nationalism. That got pushed back a week. And I'm probably going to do shitty in that debate because I'm a very poor Christian. I'm not well read. Guy Vermectin, thanks so much. W-Chat, W-Rob, thank you. Behind the scenes, do I argue and debate on common topics? All the time. Yeah. When I'm hanging out with my friends, we have all kinds of weird debates. We'll debate on, like, what's the best cured meat? Something like that. Oh, look at this. Since you want to do culture interviews and you've been talking about AI, would you do an interview with your buddy Jesse Blaze Snyder? D. Snyder's son. Sure. Do you feel you win versus Andrew in particular? Yeah. In a lot of the debates I've had with him, I thought that I won. Our first debate on gay marriage, I thought I won. He even admits that I did. Second debate was much harder. It was supposedly on reparations, but he used it to talk about some Christian stuff. It's pretty strategic on his. Thanks, Abe. Debate on whether or not the Steelers should change their name to the Tomlins. That's who they are. They're not the Steelers anymore. They're the Tomlins. The Steelers I know wouldn't give up 35 points a game. That's the Tomlins. All right. I do owe at least one Whip Wheel song. Oh, where are we at? Don't be a long one, please. Please, for my sanity. I don't think this is a long one, at least. K-pop, Electra, Jazz Fusion. Sounds great. Here you go.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. We don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the Land says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where the whip, where the whip, where there's a whip, the whip. Where there's a whip, there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way, there's a way. Where there's a whip, left, right, left, right, left, right. Where there's a whip, there's a way, left, right, left, right. A crack in the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark Lord's war. There's a whip, there's a way out.
Oh, look at that. Nice and fast. I can't complain about that. Roy the Boy, $5 says Steelers should change their name to the Carnegies. And insult his memory? No. They're the Tomlins. They're this is shit. The Steelers are shit. Everything's shit. Not good for the migraine. Well, that I apologize. I have so much coming up this week. I think that I'm doing the extravaganza for quite some time now until Andrew gets settled in his new house. There's also a ton of debates that people on the Crucible have coming up. And so I'm going to be doing a ton of research for those debates coming up. Sorry, just responding a couple messages here. Okay, talking that. All right. Sorry, reading a couple messages. So yeah, I got a bunch of debate research to do. And then, so you think of what my day is going to look like tomorrow. So probably I'll sleep until like 9, maybe. So I'll wake up at 9, get a shower, whatever. Get my morning started. Then I'll probably come up and start doing some debate research around 10:30. Do my call-in show at noon. That'll go to about 2:30. I'll then probably get ready, end the call-in show, have a half an hour before I bring on like Sandy Peterson, right, who I will be talking to. So I'll do an interview with Sandy Peterson for an hour. That'll end at 4. Right at 4, then I'll jump into the production meeting for the extravaganza with Jake or Jim Bob, whoever it is, and Mr. E. That'll be from 4 to 5. If it's not Jake, if it's Jim Bob, that'll mean that it's my duty to get all of the clips ready for the extravaganza. So that'll mean I'll have to rush and find time to get those clips. That'll go from 5 to 6. Then I'll go downstairs and have dinner. So I probably won't have lunch tomorrow. So I'll go downstairs, have dinner, get to hang out with the family till roughly 7. Then I'll have to come upstairs and I will have to start the debate prep for the various debates. I think I have in the next 15 days 9 debates that I have to prep for, not my own. In addition to this, I got to talk to Grid at some point because he wants to call me. I got to talk to my man Carlos, who's supposed to call me tomorrow. I got to talk to my trophy guy this week and my merch guy that I'm supposed to be talking to. Then I'm supposed to be talking to a state senator. All of that's supposed to be tomorrow. Then I'll do my show at 10 o'clock. Following day, it's going to be more of the same, except I won't have the interview at 3, so that'll give me a little time. From 3 to 4, I could actually hang out with my family. So instead of having the interview, I'll go pick up my son. But I'll be doing debate prep work the whole day on the off scenes on that as well. Then I will be having a debate at 9 p.m. Eastern time. That'll go from 9 to 11 on Modern Day Debate. I think that's Who's More Violent. I think they'll change that. Who's More Violent, the left or the right? I will have 0 time to prep for that debate. So that's going to have to just be fucking off the cuff. I have so many other debates to plan for. I can't plan for my own. So we'll do that. Wednesday, I got to check my schedule. I got an interview, I think, with someone Wednesday. I think maybe my man Drone Tech's going to come in. So I'll probably have an interview with him. Thursday, I think I have another debate lined up. Friday, I will not be able to stream because we're taking my son out towards Pittsburgh to do trick-or-treating. And then the next week, it's going to be more of the same. So it's going to be real fucking busy, to say the least, because... And then there's other stuff going on, like there's prep work for DebateCon going on. There's prep work for other projects going on. So, and I think that one of these projects that should be being announced soon. So once the details of that come out, people are going to be like, oh, yeah, that probably takes a lot of fucking time and energy. And I'll say, yeah, it does. Hours upon hours upon hours that have been invested. So, it's busy. It's busy around the Noerrder household. Now this, I don't know that it's been showing in my content. I hope not. But there's a lot of shit that I would like to talk about, like a lot of these cases, like the indictment of Comey that I haven't talked much about, and Brennan, they're supposedly impaneling a grand jury. These are important stories, but I haven't had time to really delve into them because of all of this. So I hope that it's not coming across poorly. Now, once DebateCon hits, though, I gotta say, again, 3 or 4 days after DebateCon, I'll be staying in Nashville with my family, and we're going to be like having a little mini vacation. And then after that, you're hitting Thanksgiving. And I think, not just me, but I think the Crucible in general is, once we hit, like, particularly the second half of December, everybody kind of understands it's going to be like, all right, hanging out with the family, doing holiday stuff. But then the New Year's going to be crazy. There's some shit coming up that it's going to be lit, though. It's going to be fucking great. But when you see the shit that is coming up for not just myself, but for the Crucible, for Andrew, for other people in the Crucible, I think that we're gonna do you proud. I hope so, and I think that I can't speak for Andrew's goals other than like in a very general way, but I think Andrew shares a lot of my goal. What's my goal in this space? Well, it's my job. That's number one, to provide for my family. That's my goal with this channel at this point, is to provide for my family. Now, it just so happens that the best way to do that is just being myself. So that works out. So I don't have to pretend to be super Trump man 100% of the time or Trump hater. I just be me. That's the best way I could see it working out. So far, so good. That's number one. Number two is to enjoy myself. That's my second goal. Number three, for my channel, I want to help push forth the religious, cultural, and political values that I think would make this country a better place. And to represent people who share those values in a positive way. So I want to represent rural Pennsylvania and rural America. And I want to represent people that are conservatives. And I want to represent people that are populists. And I want to represent people that are Christians. That's my goals for my channel. My goals in general in the online space are first and foremost, I'm an employee of the Crucible. I am aware, because someone sent me the clip, that people made fun of me talking about, hey, Dusty, I see you out there. I know you're watching. I know you'll cover this. That's okay. Making fun of this idea where I was like, look, I have a channel and I have a show at noon. Tomorrow I'll have a show at noon, a call-in show. But if Andrew calls me at 11:45 and says, hey, man, I need you to do something for the Crucible, that takes priority. The example I gave is if he was like, hey, man, I need you to get in a plane and fly up to Alaska. They got these cookies up there. Go get me one and bring it back. I'd say, okay. Yeah, I can see how that would be funny to someone who has no loyalty nor knows what it's like to take a job seriously. That I understand from people that have never been seriously employed. My terms of employment with the Crucible are very simple. I'm willing to do anything they need to help them as individuals at the Crucible grow their channel and their brand. That's it. It's not my job to question, well, wait a minute, will this really help your channel or your brand? Obviously, if they ask me to do something that I find unethical, that's different. But to the extent that that prioritizes over my own channel, it's absolutely true. The point of saying about the cookie thing was, even if I think it's silly, it doesn't matter. I would stop my stream to go do that. That's it. You think there haven't been times that some of the things I've been asked to do at the Crucible that I sort of am like, I don't know. I'll give you an example. You think I'm the type of guy that watches TikTok? No. And yet, several times now for the extravaganza, I've had to find feminist fail clips on TikTok or something like that for the daily cringe section. It's not my cup of tea. I kind of roll my eyes. I'm like, But part of the job. You know? I find it silly. But that's the format of that show. They do half an hour's funny, making fun of short TikTok type videos, half the show serious politics. So that's my number one goal on my online space. I am an employee of the Crucible. My channel comes secondary to that. The terms of my employment was, if they ask me, Rob, can you help edit clips? Every one of you would be able to edit clips better than me, probably. I'm terrible at it. It takes me forever. I'm an idiot. But I would do it if that's what they asked. That's what I would do. I would say, okay, you probably have someone else that could do this better, but if that's what I'm asked to do, that's what I'll do. It is not my place to say, what can Andrew do for me? What can the Crucible do for me? It's not my place. My place is I'm an employee to help them out. Again, within reason, and as long as I find it morally acceptable. That's it. So that's number one. Now, part of my employment, what I asked for in my employment with the Crucible was I had to be able to tell people I was employed by the Crucible. Not for clout, but for transparency. Okay? No problem, said Andrew. Number two, I had to have creative control over my own show. So when I have downtime and I'm not working for the Crucible and I'm streaming, I had to be able to talk about what I wanted to. Yep, no problem. Okay, that's it. Other than that, good. My job, I wasn't hired, and I learned this a long time ago. In fact, I'll talk about this in a second. I see that we had a generous super chat come in. Eric Boggs, thank you so much, man. Unbelievable. $50 says, hopefully this helps contribute to the funds to DebateCon. Wish I could go, but I recently had hernia surgery. It's terrible, man. I've herniated a disc, so I know what you mean. I'll remain laid up for a while. Hope Andrew doesn't hate me for this, but I like having you on the extravaganza a little more. I'm sure he wouldn't hate you. Thank you. I enjoy doing the extravaganza. I really do. But I appreciate the kind words. And Andrew will get over it, I assure you. What was I saying? So I was talking about creative control over my show. I worked at this place. It was a real estate place when I was like 17 and 18. And my entire job at this place was they researched properties. So they did closings, like on properties. So if you buy a house, you can go through this firm and they would do the paperwork and help you out with the closing. And they did property research. Now, the way it works in Pennsylvania, I assume it's sort of like this in any state in the country. You go to the courthouse and they have all these books going back to the 1800s of deeds and right-of-ways. And so let's say this particular property, you need to get a history of the lineage of the deeds and the right-of-ways and the property lines and all of that stuff. Research place. Now, every time you go to the courthouse and you need to make a copy of one of these deeds or something, you have to pay money. So you save that copy. So this company I worked for, and this would have been around 2001, 2002, they had an entire garage filled with filing cabinets of property searches that they'd done, right-of-ways, deeds, etc. My job and another girl that worked there's job was to go through these, scan them into a computer, clean them up with sort of a tool digitally as much as possible, and then enter them into a database. So who was the lessor? Who was the lessee? What was the date? What is the property name? There was a little box you'd fill out with all this. Then hypothetically, person comes along, one of the research people, oh, that property located at 123 Vine Street? Sure, let's type that into our database. There it is. We have the deed, and we have a right-of-way. It's all there. So you don't have to go back to the courthouse. That's the idea, right? That's what I was hired for. It was the most boring job imaginable. Terrible. Absolute terrible. That's what I was hired for. Now, I worked with all women except one guy who was a tech guy. The woman who owned, the owner was a woman, and she had a husband who was, I'll put this politely as possible, sort of irrelevant to the business. And I remember I'm there like a week. And they're like, hey, you're one of the last people to leave at night. Do you mind doing the dishes? It was basically just coffee mugs, maybe a couple little plates if someone had like cupcakes or something. Sure, I don't give a shit. And then it was, do you mind taking the garbage out to like the dumpster? Yeah, it's no problem. Do you mind mowing the grass? Sure. We have a fence out there. Would you paint the fence? Yep. Will you go down and will you pick up lunch for everyone? We all placed an order in to sort of the pizza shop down the way. Will you go pick it up for us? Okay. And I remember they were like, wow, that's amazing. Now for me, it was like two things. One, anything was better than just staring at this damn computer screen. Copy after copy after copy. So it's like, yeah, I go ride a riding mower around, paint a fence. Who gives a shit, right? But the other thing was, I was like, I mean, I'm an employee here. You ask me something reasonable to do? Sure, of course. Why not? And I mean, I learned that from an early age, that it's like, that's the way it should be. What good would it do me to be like, that's not my job. That's not what I was hired for. Also, to this day, the woman who owned that store is good friends with my mom now. She's very much a libertarian, really likes my politics. And I remember one time there was sort of a financial crunch at this place. So we had a big meeting. What can we do to save money? And I raised my hand after listening to people talk. And she's like, yeah, what's up? And I was like, I would fire me. She's like, what? I was like, yeah, I find my job to be quite worthless. She's like, really? I was like, yeah, I don't think it's that useful. I think the money you're paying me to do this work is more expensive than if you just went to the courthouse and got the documents. And in addition to that, 95% of the time that people were researching, it was just habit that they were already going to call out to the courthouse and get the documents sent. So almost no one used the database anyways. They're just paying me for nothing. She was very impressed by that, though. I was just like, I would get rid of me. That would save you. Yeah, I was making like $10 an hour or something, but anyways, that's the long way of me saying no, they didn't fire me. They didn't. Whatever the Crucible asked me, I will. So that's my purpose here. I am working with the Crucible to help them in any way that I can. I think that my talents are best suited for like debates and debate prep and that sort of thing. But if my talents could be used to like, we need you to film for the extravaganza. Okay. We need you to moderate a debate. Okay. You know, we need you to whatever it may be within reason. I think it's funny that people are like, Rob said if Andrew asked him to fly to Alaska and get him a cookie, he would. Yep. I would. I've also came close to working on people's campaigns here. Would have been the same there. Yes, if I was working for someone running for governor and they said, hey, Rob, you know what I really need? You know, to look good? If I did an ad with the Permanis Brothers sandwich, I need you to drive out to Pittsburgh, grab a Permanis Brothers sandwich, and then drive back. I'd have said, okay. Okay. I guess if that's something to make fun of, you guys are doing it right and I'm doing it wrong, then I guess whatever. So I think, though, that the overlap is what Andrew and I have talked about for years of what we want, aside from our individual goals and what we want to do. The goal of an online presence for both of us is we want people that are close to our ideology to thrive in the online space. That is the first goal. We want the person that has the biggest channel that's moderating debates to be a right-winger. We want the best debaters to be right-wingers. We want the people that are doing the funniest content to be right-wingers. We want the people that are just doing hobby channels to be right-wingers, that are doing well to be right-wingers. If you have 2 viewers and you're a right-winger, we want you to be doing better than the two viewer person that's a left-winger. Every single area. Everywhere. And that also extrapolates out to real life. We want the plumbers that are Christian and right-wingers to be doing better than the plumbers that aren't. We want the electricians that are right-wingers to be doing better. That's what we want. We want the video game creators that are right-wingers to be doing better. We want the actors that are right-wingers to be doing better. That's what we're after. Everything. Never letting up. That's what not one step back means. Always moving forward. Always pushing. We won 98%. Bullshit. We want to win 100%. That's the idea. That doesn't mean that I want people that don't share our ideology to be destitute or anything like that. We like our people and we want our people to do best. That's what we want. That's the goal. Now, is that doable? No, it is not doable that every little thing in the world that me and Andrew or all of you, people that are in the Crucible community or people that are in my community, will make sure that that's achievable, that in every single instance it's a right winger or a Christian winning every single time. But it's something to push for. Quicker to the Now says, beware when the Crucible acts as if you owe them your services. Maybe. But I do if they're paying me. I guess the question should be, if I'm no longer an employee, then maybe. This part of the whole conversation is amusing to me. Well, Andrew will eventually fuck you over. I suppose that you could say that. But it'd be no different than being like, well, someday you and your wife might split up. I mean, I guess that's a possibility. I hope not. I love my wife. I think she's amazing. I hope she feels the same about me. But is it possible that someday we may split up? I suppose. But what am I supposed to say to that? Okay? Andrew's my friend. That's it. He's one of my best friends. I suppose you could be like, but someday maybe. What would you do if he turns on you? And what if my son hates me when he grows up? I mean, I don't understand the point. It's like, okay. Anything's possible. There will come a day where I don't work for the Crucible. That'll happen. You think Andrew's using me? I don't think so. In what way did Andrew use me? So let's think how this works. I made about $80,000 after taxes last year. Now, granted, that included health insurance plus putting in money to a 401k. But I was working at a minimum 80 hours a week. Usually much more than that. Usually about 100. I was at work. Within moments of realizing I was probably going to be out of a job and doing a stream asking for prayers for the gentleman who I helped take care of doing home health care, because it looked like he was no longer going to be with our program because a serious medical issue, Andrew calls me. Andrew says, I'll pay you whatever you want. But I don't need to. But I will. Start streaming. I guarantee you could make money. I talked to him. I'm like, I don't know. What do you mean money? Would I be able to make what I make now? He's like, you can make $10,000 a month. Easy. It's not possible. Trust me. So I thought within 6 months, I'd like to make $10,000 a month streaming. First month, I made $10,000. I've made over $10,000 every month since I've been streaming. In addition to Andrew paying me to be a member of the Crucible. That's performative? Checks are cashing. They don't feel performative. Mortgage company isn't saying it's performative when I pay them, send those checks to pay the bills. I don't mind people having an opinion. That's fine. I just disagree. I completely disagree. If I looked at Andrew tomorrow and said, you know what, Andrew, there's an awful lot of work coming up. I think I'm done. I think I'm just going to do my channel. You know what he would say? Okay. Hey, I'm glad that it worked out as well as it did. That's fine if you like me more than Andrew. That's fine. I understand. People have different opinions. That's fine. I will guarantee if I tomorrow said, Andrew, I'm done, he would say, all right. He might say something like, well, can you help out with this last thing? Just finish it up. But that's fine. I think I've certainly used Andrew. That's certainly true. Probably a good portion of the viewers I have now are straight from the Crucible. But I don't mind people. I don't mind if people are like, I don't like Andrew or whatever in my chat. That's fine. I'm sure Andrew feels the same way. If there's people like, I don't care for Rob Noerrder. There's probably people telling Andrew in his chat, Rob's using you. I mean, they're right, but I am Andrew's friend. But I am certainly using him to get paid every week and to get opportunities to have a bunch of viewers. That's true as well. It's true. Andrew's definitely using me. But I don't put use in the negative connotation. I put it as like, he hired me because he thought that I could benefit him and his channel, and I hope that I am. In fact, I feel that he doesn't use me enough. I tell him that all the time. So, I don't know. But people are entitled to their opinion. I know there's a lot of people that are like, trust me, Andrew's going to stab you in the back. But I like you, but Andrew will stab you. I disagree. I don't think he will. Again, I don't know what to say. Anything's hypothetically possible. But Andrew's my friend. And from the bottom of my heart, if that happened, let's say tomorrow, let's say whatever reason, Andrew tomorrow's like, you know what? You know, it'd be good for my channel to fuck Rob over here. So I'm going to tell everyone tomorrow, fuck Rob Noerrder. He's the worst. He's a piece of shit. I hate him. Unsub from Rob. He would never do that. But let's say it did happen. Well, here's what I would do. I would be upset that I just lost one of my best friends. And then I'd go back to work at home healthcare if I couldn't make enough here. That'd be it. That'd be it. Yeah, would it suck if all of a sudden I only had 20 people watching again? Sure. But that part of it would be far less bad than I lost a friend. That's what would suck the most. It wouldn't be I lost a job or I lost donos. It would be I lost a friend. That's legitimately what the worst part would be. I don't know. Everyone's entitled to their own opinion on it. I don't know what to say. But I suppose people could say to anyone, hey, that person that you're working with might fuck you over eventually. And there's something about them that I don't trust. That's fine. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. So, but eventual truth, I was watching when you had 50. Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly it. But in all my, Andrew's helped me out for years anyways, behind the scenes. Never asked for anything in return. Ever. I could have very easily stopped streaming a year and a half ago. It was getting close. I was so busy at work. And streaming started to become a chore to me. But I kept doing it. And I wasn't really making money. I was putting more into it. In fact, when I bought this computer, there was a good talk I had with my wife because my laptop kept burning out when I was trying to stream with it. And I was like, I don't know, maybe I'll just be done. I'm getting old. I got a son. Fuck it, right? And it came close. It came close to me just being like, I'm done streaming. And it wasn't that I didn't like the audience I had. It was just, as a damn near 40-year-old man with a kid and a wife, It's like, do I have this much time to put into a hobby? Because that's what it was. It was a hobby. It was a hobby that made a couple bucks here and there. But are you going to put $2,000 into computer equipment for it? Maybe it's time to just hang up the old hat and say, hey, thank you so much, everyone. Maybe I'll stream occasionally, but that's that. Andrew didn't fuck me over then. That could have been the end of it. I would have never talked to Andrew again except as friends. But there wouldn't have been any, oh, he could screw over your channel or whatever. It would have been the end of it. I mean, unless he was just going to, for no reason, call my home healthcare job. Which, I mean, what would even be the point? So, I mean, I don't know. A lot of people watch me aren't religious. That's perfectly fine. I am certainly not Orthodox at this point. I respect the Orthodox people, but I just don't know enough about Christianity to pick a specific denomination at this point. I'm currently going to a Catholic church. I understand, though. I understand that Andrew could be quite passionate, or you might say in a negative connotation, abrasive sometimes with his opinions and his. So I get that there are going to be people like, I like you and I don't like Andrew. Perfectly reasonable. I think it would be ridiculous for me or Andrew, or take me or anyone else. I know this is going to sound weird. There are probably people in this community that somehow don't like Are We Not Men. Can you even believe it? Yes, it's possible, though. There could be people that don't like Are We Not Men, but they still like me. And there's probably people that Are We Not Men knows in real life that are like, I don't know why you moderate for that Rob guy. He fucking sucks. That's okay. Yeah. It just happens. It's all right. It's like, even to this day, I know people don't believe this, but people like Lower Class or Abe Dinkus or Emmett and a bunch of others who I'm just not thinking of right now, who are streamers that I know and am friendly with and I like, they might go over to Sarah's open panel. Okay. That's perfectly reasonable. I don't have a problem with it. Spiro might go over to her open panel. I don't give a shit. EOD might. Fine. Yeah. I don't mind. It's perfectly reasonable. I don't care at all. I don't need it's. Maybe Andrew next week's like, you know what, Sarah, sorry about all that. Hey, I'm going to jump on your open panel tonight. No hard feelings. Okay. It's no problem. No skin off my back. I just don't care. Now, look at that. EOD's got a debate coming up against Abe on Speakeasy's show. So, I don't know. That's just the way I am with it. I really don't. But I have nothing negative to say about Andrew at all. I've said this for years, and I'll continue to say it. Andrew is the only person that's like an online streamer that's like got as many followers as me or viewers as me or more that hasn't sort of used me in a negative way. I've used Andrew far more than he's used me. When I needed help getting on Tim Pool's show, who made the calls for me? Andrew. That was well before I was a member of the Crucible. When I'd get strikes on my channel, who was the one talking to YouTube reps and trying to convince people, hey, everybody, at YouTube and tell them to unpin? That was Andrew. By the way, he's done that for left-wingers as well. So, you know, I have nothing negative to say about him at all. But I understand that not everyone's going to feel the same way, and that's fine. Now, there are certain things if someone said about Andrew, I'd tell him to fuck off. Like insulting his family and shit like that. Fuck you. And obviously, if it's like trolling his channel and shit like that, fine. But just having an opinion, I don't like the guy. I don't have a problem with that. You're welcome in my channel to say I don't like Andrew's. You know, that's perfectly reasonable. Jim Bob did Sarah's channel. Did he do the debate on professional? I don't know. But I would have, if I was in, let's say that Jake Rattlesnake and Sarah had a falling out, and I decided, you know what, I'm going to have Jake's back and I'm not going to do any shows with Sarah anymore, but I was already pre-scheduled, I would have done the show. And I would not have brought up any drama because I think that that's a commitment that you have made, so you should follow through with the commitments. Naughty Germ, $5. Thanks so much. Says, what's your favorite cheese? Aquays is curious. I like Munster and I like smoked Swiss. Would be my two favorites. But I like a sharp cheddar. I wouldn't put it quite to that. Baby Swiss is good as well, but smoked Swiss and Munster are like my two favorites. Havarti dill is another really good one. Havarti dill cheese. I'd never heard of Havarti dill until a friend of mine who was a cook turned me on to Havarti dill cheese. Yeah, there you go. I hope that you're happy, Aquays. Would you allow a Satanist to be in your chats and live streams? Depends. Yes, probably. It depends, though. If they're being overly antagonistic and, like, degenerate, then probably not. But I don't know. I guess the mood would have to suit me. Probably they'd eventually say something that would piss me off and I would boot them, if I'm honest. That's how it was with a lot of the Charlie Kirk shit after that. People coming in, ooh, Kirk was actually a bad man. Fuck you. Be gone. All right. I got 20 more minutes, and then I'm going to shut down shop. Yes, right, Risen Heart, you're right. The drama with me and Sarah's channel was all Trump's fault. Dude, Rumble, I got to say, if you're not following me on Rumble, you're making a huge mistake. Like, I'm going to start doing one show a night a week or every other week that's going to be Rumble exclusive. So the link to this particular show, and then you can find my actual channel over there, is right here. But YouTube, any moment, for any reason, could be like, yeah, you're done, and just eliminate my channel. So Rumble's a great backup. I don't know that we're going to get to $1,357 tonight. Now, tomorrow at 3 o'clock, I hope that Avarice is around and some of you other folks that know a little more about older video games like Doom and Age of Empires and shit, because I don't quite know that much about it. And so we're going to have someone who worked on those games here. It'd be nice to have people in my chat that, like, actually have some pointed questions about that. Not pointed, I guess, but intriguing questions. But I definitely have a lot to talk to Sandy about. I think it'll be good. Am I a conspiracy theorist for believing that Muslims did not set up 9/11? Yes, but that's definitionally. Thanks, Avarice. Of course. I mean, the term conspiracy theorist obviously is used in a negative connotation, right? But What is a conspiracy, right? A group of people plotting to do something untoward or illegal. Well, yeah. If you think that a group of people did it that weren't Muslims, that makes you a conspiracy theorist. Does that make you a bad person? No. Does it make you wrong? No, not necessarily. No, I'm not saying that you're right, but I don't have a problem. Who first thought of the BFG? Earth's flat? I've heard that about the Earth. Why is avarice lost anyways? His people are wandering. They're a nomadic people. Quick chat after the stream. Not tonight. Are we not, man? How about tomorrow? When I'm done at 2:30, I'm gonna go downstairs and get a shower and go to bed pretty much immediately. I guess it depends on how quick. If it's like 2 minutes, sure. How long was he involved? I will ask. Two minutes. Yeah, we can do a quick 2-minute chat. Pencil in. Have I ever done acid? Am I running for Congress again? I have done psychedelic substances. I don't recommend it. I think that there was a time in my life where I thought that I needed to escape from life, not necessarily because life was super miserable for me or anything, but I think I was searching for meaning. When I was 14 or so, that meaning I was searching for was definitely religious. I definitely, I had this little radio in my bedroom with little foam earphones, and I would listen to the local religious channel on my radio as a 14-year-old. I'd be like 1 a.m, I'd be listening to this. I really, really, really wanted to believe in God. And then I went to this Pentecostal church, and that ruined it for me for like 15 years. Which is true. And during that time, whether it be alcohol, whether it be different drugs, I certainly did a lot of stuff that I thought was meaningful in different ways. And now I think what I realize is almost all of it was just sort of trying to fill a void that actually should have been filled with family and religion. Now, that just doesn't mean that you can't have a beer, or you're a horrible, terrible person if you ever get drunk, or if you decide that you're going to hit your, what do they call it now? Your fucking pen or whatever, your anxiety pen, or whatever else. I'm not saying, oh, you've done mushrooms or you've done, this or that. I'm not saying that. And that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm just saying it's not something that I would glorify. For me, it is part of what made me me. It is. Not going to lie. What was wrong with the church that ruined the faith for me? I talked about this several times in the past 2 weeks, but long story short, I went to a Pentecostal church that believed in speaking in tongues, and they could handle poisonous snakes and load firearms and point them at themselves and pull the trigger, and God wouldn't allow them to go off. That's about it. That's the short of it. They're fucking psychos. I didn't inhale. But I didn't have bad time with that sort of stuff when I did it. I didn't. when I run for office, I have the live expunged. I don't give a shit. I've said it before on the channel. You know, it is what it is. I am who I am. It's not like I have any fucking Nazi tattoos on me like your average Democrat would be senator, right? It's like, yeah. But yeah, that probably did more. That church probably did more to turn me off religion than anything anyone could have said to me outside of Christianity. Actually being there and seeing that, then I started to think it was all bullshit. I still think I was a pretty good person. You know, but I was vehemently atheist for a while after that, like smugly atheist. And then I sort of became agnostic, where it was like, well, I don't know. But for a while, I was grotesquely atheist, like arrogant. And then I started to realize that that's stupid and that I don't know as much as I think I know. And then ultimately, I started to see people that I respected that were Christians, and I was like, why are they having such a good life? And it wasn't anything that they said to me. It was just watching them lead lives, be good family people, and seem like really happy people. And so then for years now, I would have considered myself non-denominational Christian. I didn't go to church, but I accepted that Christ was the Son of God and that I should try to emulate my life after him. And now I've started going to sort of Catholic church. Oh, I hear you. Are we not, men? Let me see here. Thursday, man. I'm free Thursday, I think. I've never been to a divine liturgy. No. The closest Orthodox church to me is about 50 minutes away. So since I've started, the first time I went to church in 20 something years was after Charlie Kirk got killed. And I went to a Catholic church. Now I was going to start going anyways, but the reason I picked Catholic is my son goes to a Catholic preschool and he'll go there until 6th grade. Then they stop. But we didn't want to send him to public school. Now it's the same school that my wife went to when she was growing up. And like, his teacher is my wife's cousin, etc. So we know all the people there, and it's very cool. This particular school, the first grade class, anybody want to take a guess? How many students are in the first grade class of this school that my son's attending? 12. No, it's not 12. It's 2. There are two kids in the first grade class. Now, right now, I think my son has 9 people in his preschool class. Anyways, that's where we started to go to church as well. Now, I did look into Orthodoxy, and like I said, 50 minutes away for the nearest one. But I would do it. I would try. And I have certainly talked to people because I know next to nothing about specific denominations of Christianity. Like, literally, I know less than most of you here. I couldn't tell you the difference between Catholicism and Orthodoxy. In fact, I had a big, long conversation with Andrew about it the last time I talked to him. But I didn't know like what was the history of the churches, what are the specifics that they disagree on. Thanks, preacher. I appreciate that, man. talk to Jay Dyer. There's a dude named Posh that's really cool. That's a member of the Crucible. He's great. I've talked to him. Yeah, it's the Pope mostly, pretty much. So I would definitely be open, though, to eventually being Orthodox. I can't claim that, though. I can't. Yeah, I would definitely be open to going once. And I would say the same about pretty much most Christian churches. I would be open to going to at least once. So, I think it's very important. Look at this. Skylar nails it. The difference, Roman Catholics have papacy, sold the papacy seat to lost apostolic succession. They aren't connected to the original church. Blatant usury heresy. Just gross. I could go on, but it's... Tell us how you really think. I would say that's in a less aggressive tone, basically largely what Andrew told me. I need to read the Bible more for myself first. That's a precursor I could do. So that's something that I've set as a goal for myself. Then I need to start actively seeking sort of the history of stuff and trying to come up with what I think the truth is. Every night, though, I go downstairs and my son's sleeping and my wife's sleeping. And every night I think the same thing. Why did I deserve this? What have I done? Of all the people in the world, how did I get so lucky? And so even for years, I don't really know how to pray. So I just, in my head, talk to God and just tell him something like this every night. I'm like, feels like I'm always asking you for something, but I shouldn't because you gave me this and that's more than I deserve. So I don't know. That's, for me, it's already like, I know me. I don't, like, if I'm going to be totally honest, I don't think I'm the shittiest person in the world, but I'm a shitty person. I know me. I know what I've done. I know everything that's happened up here or that I've done. I know the slights I've done to people and shit like that. And I don't deserve all that. But I don't know. I don't know what I'm supposed to say. I just don't. But I've known that. I've known that for years. Yeah, that's it, old Joe. How do you talk to God without asking for stuff? It's easy. You know, a friend of yours is in a car wreck. Immediately, your first thought's like, oh, God, please help him. Always asking God for something, right? Please, you know, fan of the channel is having a difficult time. Please, God, help them out. But what am I doing for God? What am I really doing? It's true. Odin might not care. That's certainly true. I don't know. I don't know what seems like an unbalanced relationship. It seems like at some point he's going to be like, hey man, you know how you ask me for stuff like constantly, even really dumb stuff? Like, oh God, don't leave my car not start here. You know, like, you know, that's kind of small. Maybe you could help me out with something little, just a little thing. If you take a moment to think about someone, not yourself for a moment, you know? So, I don't know. Anyways, I'm in no position to lecture anyone about religion because I know next to nothing. So I don't, and you'll never hear me, at least not for many, many moon, sit here and be like, oh, you're Protestant, you're screwing this up. Now, I would be a liar if I said that I don't have specific thoughts on specific branches of Christianity in a negative connotation. Thanks, preacher. Matthew 6, 9 through 13. But I'm not here to lecture people. You know, Jim Bob debated whether or not Mormons are Christians. The answer to me is maybe, maybe not, but I'm in no position. Now, can I debate a Mormon on the policies that Mormons believe in a political situation, what the outcomes would be? Sure. You know, but that's different than saying whether or not their religion is true. You know? But, all right, well, let's see who's streaming tonight. Someone's got to be up, right? Our man, Emmett. Great man. Could I debate Ned Flanders? I'd give it a go. Yeah, that's my issue. Right? The issue is, if I'm interpreting the Bible myself, and I'm admitting to knowing very little about it, and I know enough about me that I'm going to interpret it in ways that benefit me, so how could I trust myself? Right? I'm going to make it seem like, at the end of the day, through my own even unconscious bias, that, oh, what I want to do is X, and so therefore I can make this text fit. Yep, X is okay. Is it? I want to say I trust that someone knows more than this about me, and that they're able to prove to me this is the truth, and this is why. That's what I want. I don't want to be the authority. I want there to be an authority. Because I know I'm fallible. That I know for, if I know one thing, it's that. You know, so that's, I have no interest in teaching religion to other people. What I do have an interest in doing is trying to live a life that people could say, I like that. What are the parts that I like? And if anything, I hope that it comes to these things. I hope that it's, the parts of Rob's life that's good is that he's married to a great woman and he has a great family. And that he tries to follow the image of Christ. And that he tries to be a kind neighbor. That's it. I don't know how good it is for me to sit here and talk about it, but to just do it. And so I'm never going to be someone that has a channel that's like, well, I want to teach you about religion, because I don't. I want you to go find your own answer and find someone who can teach you, but it ain't me. It's just not, and it never will be. No, the goal didn't get met. Look at this. We're only 34%. Outrageous. 34%. Tisk. Nah, the original goal was 357. We did good. Blaming day shift. Well done. Well, day shift will be back tomorrow to make up for it. But it is funny. People are so generous. People will be like, you should be Catholic. You should be Orthodox. You should be Protestant. You should be Mormon. And I think everyone means well, but I couldn't tell you. I couldn't. I would say easily the people I know in real life, because I'm going to a Catholic church, the overwhelming majority of them are going to be like, be Catholic. The people I know online, the overwhelming majority are like, be Orthodox. Oh, look at this Flare Riot. Thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. That's true. If people would ask more cheese-related questions via Super Chats, we would have achieved our goal. Oh, enjoy me some sleep tonight. Oh, one thing I wanted to check real quick. Nice. Stupid. I don't know what it is about this particular charger. This thing works like it's of all the chargers I have, it works the fastest. I don't know what it is about it. But if I have it the wrong way, it doesn't charge. Even though it fits in the phone both ways. So I'll think it's charging, and then it's not. There you go. This guy, be Eastern Catholic. There you go. Both worlds. All right. You guys have been great tonight. Now, real quick, I suppose I'll say it. It was sort of the Sunday shows are usually going to be something like this. Saturday shows, if I do them going forward, are going to be just regular call-in shows, and they're going to be up throughout the day. I've decided it's not fair to myself, my family, or my church for me to be up here streaming until 3, 4 in the morning into Sunday morning and then heading out to church at like 8 a.m. Not good. I'm super tired, so I'm going to try to get a good night's sleep on Saturday nights going forward so I can make it to church on Sundays. Yes, I know there are services Saturday evenings, Sunday evenings, etc. But I like going to the day service. So that's what we're going to do going forward. So what you could look forward to is usually if I do the weekend streams, the Saturday one's probably going to be similar to a noon to 2:30 call-in show like I do on the weekdays. This week, I probably won't be doing them. We'll talk about that as we go. Sunday show is probably going to be similar to this format, just kind of mess around time, which I know is not always the best. But if people have specific topics or something they want to talk about, we could do it. And, you know, the rest of the week, we're doing normal politics stuff. So, Dims, that's how we're doing it going forward. So, really looking forward to announcing some stuff we have coming up once the news is broken. Can't wait. But for tonight, thank you all for meeting the goal of 357 even here on the weekends. Thoroughly appreciate it. Everyone who donated, thank you. Everyone who liked the stream, thank you. Everyone who subbed, thank you. Thank you to my mods who are fantastic. Thank you to Black Elk for helping me out with editing. Thank you to Spiro for helping me out with tech issues. We're going to raid Emmett, who's a great dude, so please stick around. Please, please, please stick around. At least give him a sub. They're free. Give him a like. Really appreciate it. Thank you to everyone on Rumble. I'm so sorry I don't interact with your chats more. I should. You guys are the best. Here, wait. Let me mute the YouTube portion of the stream. Okay, now it's just me and you, Rumblers. These fucking idiots over on YouTube. They're so dumb. They're so dumb. Can you believe it? Sending me money and all this. It's so stupid. The Rumble crew, you're where it's at. No one even cares about these YouTube people. I just pander to them. I'm like, oh, you guys are great, whatever. We all know it's the Rumble crew. That's what's best. All right. All right, man. I'll see you guys tomorrow, but let me... Hey, can you guys hear me again on YouTube? Man, thanks so much, YouTube crew. You guys are the best. Really, I'm humbled. And, you know, all the support you guys give me. So thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate it. You guys are awesome. You know? So we're going to be raiding over to Emmett. He's great. He'll make you some great pixel art like this. Bam! So go ahead and ask him. Charges a modest fee, but I think you'll love it. Thank you. By the way, do you know that there's a small portion of people that will think that I generally tried to mute myself? Just saying. Anyways, so enjoy that. I'll see you tomorrow around noon. Right here, same time, same place. We'll do a call-in show. So if you want to yell at me for anything or say I'm good, or if you want to yell about, like, you know, whoever, then yeah, call in. Should be good. So we're going to do a fine show tomorrow. Last thing I'll say is, please, 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 keep in your memory. I know it's weird. Month and a half out of Charlie Kirk getting assassinated. A great man. And I just feel like, you know, we need to remember more what he stood for, what he was pushing for, and the people that took him and cheered about it, what they're about. And I just wanted to say, please, please, if you're religious, please pray for Charlie and his family. If you're not, please keep them in your thoughts. Never forget what that moment signified. So thanks so much, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow. God bless Charlie Kirk and his family. As always, guys, have a good one.
Only in America is it possible to say, you know what, I don't like the way the country is going, and to do something about it. Take that risk. Take that leap of faith. Stay involved. Trust God and act obediently. Romans 12:2 verse. That God will use all things for good for those who love him. It's bigger than you. I want you to remember that. It is bigger than you. It's bigger than me. You are here to make somebody else's life better, the pursuit of liberty and freedom. You know what gives me strength? The hundreds of thousands of you that say, Charlie, keep going.
1 Corinthians 5 and 15. So that's all pretty amazing evidence, not just intra-biblical evidence, but extra-biblical evidence that Jesus Christ was a real person. He lived a perfect life. He was crucified, died, and rose on the third day, and he is Lord and God of all.